Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Monday stream. Hope everyone's having an awesome Monday morning. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Hey Mono. Yeah, I haven't quite gotten rid of the raid command yet. So I'm not sure why that continues to happen. Did we get a raid? No, we did not. Thanks for the follow, BDE Bone, Duchess, the 420 Dragon, KK Cat 4884, Justin Motes, Voicebox TV, Which Fits. Thank you so much for the offline follows. I appreciate that. Alright, I took care of it. Alright. Today is. I hope you're doing alright, Thomas, by the way. Today is President's Day, so I get to enjoy. The day off, so, yeah. That's a good thing about today. We do have a couple of articles. We do have a couple of articles to go over. Obviously, the big thing that happened this weekend was the inevitable acquittal of Donald Trump, so we will definitely talk about that. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. It was a foregone conclusion. Yeah. Okay. Jeez. Hey, Cheeto Ray. No, I don't think they're I don't think they're enabled. It's just that mods can post links. Don't worry. I'm gonna figure out a way to whitelist and make sure that we're able to do things in a more secure way so that we can still have this interaction with chat. But don't worry. I'm pretty sure eventually we'll figure it out. People sad. Yes. Sorry. Farmers have to go to forums to get pirated firmware to hack their tractors in order to keep them running? Jesus. Is it because they're, like... Is it because they're... They're forced to use, like... They're forced to use this stuff? Usually the word hacking implies breaking into someone else's data, but farmers are having to hack their own farm equipment just to keep it running, reports Freethink. Companies like John Deere. Reports Freethink. Companies like John Deere won't license out software necessary to diagnose and fix their increasingly complex farm equipment, forcing owners to source that software online. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like they're like basically pulling a Apple where you're only able to get any type of serious repairs or work done at an Apple store. This is the exact same scenario. Exactly. If you're lucky, we won't charge you much. Yeah, except unless we do. Yeah, the links aren't working, Stalin, so go ahead and send that over to Discord or DM me. The fight over right to repair doesn't just extend total Teslas, it affects... The fight over right to repair doesn't just extend to total Teslas, it affects what you do on your dinner table too. Crops won't schedule themselves around a 40-mile repair trip to a specific company's dealership. Mother Nature does not care about John Deere's terms of service. Farmers say they need to be able to repair their own equipment on their own terms, either themselves or through independent mechanics, as they have always done. Yeah, like who thought that this was like a good idea? Just like even as a business model or business principle, like how does that even work? Why is that even a good idea? Like, this doesn't make sense at all. This doesn't make sense at all. It's a brilliant idea if you're trying to make money, but even then, I mean, is it though? Like, do you make more money? Or do you just force people to, or do you just lose money in other ways in the sense that, like, nobody's gonna buy your stuff? I don't know. Maybe they're doing it for that reason. In agriculture, we run things till they're dead, and then we run them a little bit more after that. Farmer Tom Schwartz explained to Freethink, "We don't dispose of things in the farm, we keep them running forever. It's important to us as farmers, in order to keep our costs down, that when we buy something, we need to run it a long time to make it pay out. Equipment that's in constant use also requires constant maintenance. Relying on dealer techs to diagnose issues that might cost little to nothing if dealt with on the farm runs contrary to the thriftiness and resourcefulness inherent in running a successful farm." Not only that, like, why? It's so inefficient and so, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. But I guess you're right. If it makes sense to in order to make money. It also makes it so the vendor limits legal repercussions of breakage. If you fiddle it with yourself, you can't get it to work. You're shit out of luck as far as they're concerned. Yeah, exactly. This is the exact same scenario with um Apple. This is the exact same scenario. Like, yeah, you can pay for an expensive what is it called? Warranty. Yes, Apple Care. Um and if anything happens, yeah, sure, they'll take care of it. But you only have to go through them, and you can't touch anything on that Mac or Apple computer, because if you do, then you're SOL. It's the exact same scenario. Hey Kevin, how's it going? Thus, for the same reasons why some farmers are turning back to older, simpler equipment that's easier to repair, other farmers are pirating tractor software just to keep their modern equipment running. Freethink reports. Pirating farm equipment software currently exists in a gray area as land vehicles are exempt from as land vehicles are exempt from the DMCA. Nice meme. Incredible. Nice meme. uh, Land vehicles are currently exempt from the DMCA. Even though that means hacking your own tractor is not illegal, that doesn't mean it's particularly easy to do. The pirated tractor firmware still goes through a black market of paid, invite-only forums, according to Freethink. Oh yeah, well, you have to keep it as on the DO as much as possible, not because it's quote-unquote illegal, but because once they figure this out, they'll patch anything that they need to patch. They'll patch anything that they need to patch. Oh lord. Your device needs to install updates. No. Hello, Devil Dog. Pirated tractor software still goes to the black market of paid invite only. Yeah, farmers would rather not deal with this black market at all, so they've become some of the loudest voices in a fight to enshrine a formal right to repair act that would guarantee access to tools and diagnostic systems necessary to fix their own stuff. At least 20 states, including farm-heavy Nebraska, have introduced the right to repair legislation per Freethink. Yeah, so I mean, but this should apply to anything, right? Not just farm equipment, but I guess this is a good I guess this is a good way of starting that. How's it going? I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. The fight isn't over once the right to repair law is on the books, as far as car companies are demonstrating in their efforts to push back against Massachusetts' recently passed expansion of its right to repair law. Still, right to repair advocates see that each state adopts such a law as building momentum. In favor of independent mechanics, home tinkers everywhere. It really doesn't matter what the product is. The Repair Association Executive Director, Gabe Byrne, told Freethink, if Nebraska does a bill for farm equipment, people will be able to say they did it for tractors, why can't they do it for refrigerators? Yeah, exactly. The fight is all about ownership. Some farmers have dealt with tech creep's worst tendencies in their own industry are more okay with that. If a farmer out here through his own ingenuity can fix something, I think he should be able to do so. And bluntly, I think that's the way it should be, whether we're talking about tractors, cell phone, or computers. Yeah, exactly. Looking at you, Apple. Looking at you. So really quickly, It turns out, uh, vendors don't want you to own things. If you own it in that way, they can't extract more money from you. True. True. So, I don't know if I went over this article on Friday or on Thursday. I'm not sure. But hold on, folks. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Heat? I see you. I see you. Yeah, I'm not sure why, it was lonely, so I'm here now. Yeah, I'm trying to build it up. Don't worry. I do appreciate you, you found me there. What if I just do it at 3,000? Okay. Maybe this will be a little bit better. Alright, I'm not sure if I went over this, but just in case I didn't, the fact that they use TeamViewer alone means doors wide open. It uses unhashed passwords and they use shared passwords. Yeah, exactly. TeamViewer is not the application for this. Whoever approved this doesn't understand anything, and I'm not really exactly some big brained like IT guy, but like sometimes I do know a couple of things here and there, and no, that is not an appropriate application for that. Hope you are doing alright, Heat. It turns out that Florida Water Treatment Facility left the doors wide open for hackers. By now, you've probably heard the theoretical, scary story of how hackers managed to infiltrate the computer systems at a water treatment plant in Oldsmar, Florida, and remotely control the chemical levels. But it turns out the description gives the hackers far too much credit. Yeah, so a lot of hacking generally involves a good amount of social engineering and the fact that humans aren't too keen on a couple of different things. It basically relies a good portion of it. Sure, there's another portion that relies on like technical knowledge, but a good portion of it just kind of like relies on human nature, and it can be a lot easier than people think, right? To a degree. It can be a lot easier than people think to a degree. I bet it's a Florida man. I've been in a bunch of offices that had passwords on sticky note monitors, passwords that are 1234, passwords that yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of these things can be attributed to just understanding like human behavior, and like people like, oh, you know, I don't care, I'll just put the password, or oh, it's already a default password, it'll be fine. Not to mention it wasn't updated for years because of possible exploits are using. Oh my goodness. A lot of companies like to leave things as simple as possible because otherwise the staff complain. Yeah, but this is the result of being simple as possible, right? I mean, you do realize like that, like just as a general statement, a lot of these passwords, a lot of these default passwords are already included in like password dumps that you can download and try, right? As a not I guess like trial and error method. Who needs Russian hackers when you have gross incompetence? Well, that's how it happens. A lot of operational security, uh, uh, uh you know, fumbles. A lot of operational security fumbles is simply human error, and simply the fact that nobody changes like default passwords in large companies. A lot of passwords are just simple, unless we could physical pen. True. So yeah, I mean, the fact that like a lot of offices have that just simply like on sticky notes that anybody could just kind of walk by and just take notes of, or have default passwords like 1234 or 0000, depending on your device. I mean, this is like basically embarrassing operational security. And the reality is that the water treatment plant itself left off the shelf remote control software on these critical computers and apparently never even bothered to change the password. Jesus. The official cybersecurity advisory, an official cybersecurity advisory about the incident from the state of Massachusetts via Ars Technica, explained that the SCADA control system was accessed via TeamViewer, the kind of remote desktop application an IT administrator might roll out to remotely troubleshoot computers, not something you generally want to hook up to a critical system. More importantly, here I will quote the Massachusetts report verbatim. Further, all computers shared the same password for remote access and appeared to be connected directly to the internet without any type of firewall protection. Ooh, boy. Oh, okay. This is like... embarrassing. Hey, Pollywoggy. I worked for a company that had shared passwords for everyone. Ooh, sorry. For everyone that was 2 letters long. Oh my god. Literally, at least 3 separate occasions, sticky notes were on monitors and everyone was logging in using admin accounts. Jesus Christ. No, like, structure and no operational security whatsoever. Ouch. Social engineering and physical pen testing are definitely skills that pertain to InfoSec. Oh, 100%. All I know I learned from being a little shit. Needs to be more like JCPenney, which had a unique code to sign into the register. Yeah, like, at least that is somewhat of a better system because you have to know your unique code. There's a reason to be optimistic about this story. I guarantee you that there's going to be a ton of small-town utilities realizing that they need to pay a modicum of attention to their cybersecurity practices. True. But yeah, this is like beyond the pale in my opinion. Like, again, I'm not some like, you know, big-brained IQ big-brained like IT person, but I would never have any of this nonsense. Like, I would never think that TeamViewer that hasn't been updated in years be an acceptable application to monitor remotely a water treatment plant, let alone let a default password be the same password that's been there for years at this point, I imagine, let alone being connected directly to the internet without any type of firewall protection whatsoever. This is like, I mean, jeez. Yeah, just like Florida Department of Health, this Florida water treatment plant apparently didn't bother to issue individual passwords for software that could give anyone complete access to any of their computers and their water treatment system. In other words, any employee could adjust the entire town's water supply on a whim from anywhere in the world, which is probably what happened. Former U.S. cybersecurity czar Christopher Krebs testified earlier today that it was very likely an insider, possibly a disgruntled employee, someone who'd already have access, which wouldn't make this much of a hack at all. Okay, wow, I was just talking about this as well. The other day, I was saying, like, there's no way, that it was a combination of either really good social engineering, in which case they gathered personal or enough details to make the hack possible, or it was an inside employee coupled with the fact that they had this, you know, poor choice of apps, and that made it possible. So yeah, it turns out it's most likely that is true. Either way, not good. This is pretty embarrassing. It's not like the water treatment plant was even using that software, by the way. Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri said the plant had actually stopped using TeamViewer 6 months ago, but it left it still installed. Oh my goodness, this is so embarrassing. I mean, how did you not bother? How did you not bother to take any of this in? Carpet Packs rating with a party of 37. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey, Steph. How's it going? Oh, wait. Before I got you, Mono. Don't worry. Hey, how's it going? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody, if you don't already, please go check out Carpet Packs. Well, we actually just so just a quick catch up, because we do. No, it's Raiders. I took that one out. I took that one out. Yes. I took it out. Yes, because it's not applicable anymore. In fact, I should probably like switch Raiders to Raid. Yeah. Anywho, so just a quick catch up. No longer a shill. True. So just a quick catch up. We did an article about farmers not being able to make their own repairs, being forced to go through companies, through the vendors, not being able to do their own personal repairs on their equipment. And then we went to the story in Florida where that water treatment plant was almost it was almost a disaster. This was clearly poor operational security, poor just management, and just poor overall security. Where's this at? The farmer story? Hold on. Yes. There it is. The plant had actually... Yes. Yeah. Owners are turning to hack software from Eastern Europe as farm equipment companies won't license them directly. So I don't know if it's just specifically John Deere, but it seems to be like the picture that they brought up. It's basically they're saying that it's not fair, which is true. It's true. It's not fair that they have to rely on the actual vendor to be able to repair your stuff. And it's kind of like... So the best analogy that I could come up with after reading this was, you know, it's kind of like how... Thanks for the follow, WTF. It's kind of like how Apple forces you to use Apple to get your stuff repaired, or if you touch it, then your quote-unquote warranty is invalid. So you have absolutely no bearing on that. You have to go to Apple, generally speaking, to get your stuff diagnosed and repaired. And if you want a warranty to come with it, then that's going to cost you. So it's like forcing you to always return to Apple and get your stuff fixed there, or buy new stuff. So not good. Not good. It's the exact same thing. Or it would be like the same thing as car companies forcing you to go to their dealership, which they do, forcing you to go to their dealership lest the warranty be voided, you know? You've got to pay the dealership to do all the stuff. So not only do you have to pay the dealership for the car, you also become a reoccurring cash cow to pay for repairs. Exactly, that's the problem, Steph. Farmers are already isolated and they have to, go through a whole other process. They have to take time, and that's not, as a farmer, you can't really program for that, right? This isn't like, oh, I can take my car tomorrow at 9 a.m. because I made an appointment or whatever, and that's it. No, these, farmers have to, they're on a specific schedule that's tied to Mother Nature. They don't have the ability or the luxury of being able to just pencil in an appointment, right? Forced obsolescence, in a way, yes. Totally fair though, right? Nah. So, yeah, it's kind of like Apple being, forcing you to go to their area. And then we turned our attention to Florida, because I don't know if I went over this article, but basically poor operational security. It should go without saying that you shouldn't leave critical public infrastructure easily accessible from anywhere in the world, but the FBI is saying it anyhow. According to ZDNet, the agency set out an alert today warning against TeamViewer, bad passwords, and Windows 7. Oh my... What? Who does this? Sent out against TeamViewer, you should not be using TeamViewer as a way to remotely access or remotely supervise a water treatment facility or any type of critical infrastructure. Bad passwords, that should go without saying, and Windows 7, that should also go without saying, which is at this point there's no reason for you to be running Windows 7 as a company at all. At all. Whatsoever. Exactly, they need their tools for work, true. Hey doctors, 2 ballot initiatives in Massachusetts in November, the right to repair and ranked choice voting, right to repair passed, ranked choice voting failed. Yes, they actually mentioned that in the article. True. Yeah, it is scary because of the gross level of incompetence. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's really what it is. At the end of the day, it's a gross level of incompetence. That's what happened. And Windows 7, which Microsoft no longer supports with security updates, but the water treatment plant still had it installed. 2021, and you're running Windows 7. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh yeah, for sure. I would be disappointed too. I'm hanging in there. Hope you're doing alright. I just had to remind my youngest everything is done remotely now, and to make promise to pay for bills bills outstanding. She was like, meh, it's a holiday. Ooh. Hey, Alatia. In an ideal world, they would be running a Unix-based system. Justin Motes, how's it going? Sadly, reports advice and cyberscoop suggest a lack of security, including TeamViewer specifically, and aging infrastructure, all too common at small public utilities, which may not have the budget, expertise, or even the ability to control their own security systems, instead often farming them out to third parties. So wait, if you have, hold on, if you have the budget to farm out like security to third parties, and they do this, well, I don't know if this one in particular was a third party, but how do you not have the budget to, okay, whatever. And even so, it is not expensive to have like 3 basic things. You should probably have updated systems, which is free. Windows 10, when Windows 10 came out, it was, when Windows 10 came, hold on guys, I gotta show you guys in just a second. When Windows 10 came out, it was free to upgrade from Windows 7. There was a large window where you could have gotten that for free. Also, TeamViewer is free. Why would you have that set up? Well, just like those two things alone, and individual strong passwords would have probably done with managed access to each individual employee, not everybody having admin access, would have probably prevented this from even being a possibility. Technology is expensive and it changes all the time. Oh, 100%. But like, you didn't have to do some mega upgrade to be able to deal with this one, right? It was just outdated programs, outdated operating system, which was free to upgrade. It was free to upgrade Windows. I don't like, this is just like poor decision making. Just hire a decent full-time IT security person. True. But yeah, as Mono just pointed out, unfortunately, why spend extra money when you can just roll the dice and hope nobody tries to fuck with it? True. But no, I mean, you didn't even have to do anything in terms of like spend an exorbitant amount of money. You just had to have a couple of like things in place that would have made this a lot less possible. I mean, the good news is that the plant operator noticed the intrusion, reversed it, and seems that no one was harmed. Doesn't matter. Like, the fact that nobody, again, even if they had absolutely no increase in their budget, upgrading to Windows 10 would have been just easy, free. In fact, my sister did it. She's running Windows 10 on her like gajillion old laptop, and it was free. The fact that they still had TeamViewer installed, that could have been free to delete and make sure that nobody had it on their systems. The fact that everybody had admin support through that TeamViewer access was also a free fix. I mean, I don't know how else to like. Memius, thank you for the subscription at tier 3. We're at 5 months. Jesus. Currently on a 4-month streak. Nice. I doubt it'll change unless something seriously bad happens. True. A lot of companies are outsourcing security because it's cheaper. They see all companies that participate in bug bounty programs. Got you. Coming at it from my academic background in disaster, it's only a matter of time anyways. The SolarWind hack was that seriously bad thing and still people haven't learned. True. Nobody ever implements the necessary things. Yeah, but like, right? That wouldn't that have just been cheaper to do? Like, wouldn't that just be cheap to do anyways? Time flies. True. True. You know what? That's a free dab. That's a free dab. We made it to 3 subscribers. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Okay. Yeah, so clearly that there is... This was just like really bad... really bad decision making on a lot of ends. Kind of, you know, piggybacking off the story that we did from Popular Front, where we got to see how police drones work and how spy planes, not police drones, spy planes gave HD photographs of essentially civilians' homes, civilian homes, and how that violates a lot of privacy, in my opinion. It seems like that's happening in England too. They will if there's consequences to negligence. The environmental agency here is at the point where they've had to tell people if it floods worse than last time, they can't help them. Jesus. Yikes. Oh, Unicorn Ride. I'm sorry. Either way, both are good. This level of technology is not expensive. It's spec a pot is put into it. My husband, who's disabled, can barely leave the home, would have set up and ran that plant remotely for minimum wage using the state. Yeah, Unix system. It would be more or less ironclad against any interference. Yeah, like it wouldn't even be that hard or that expensive necessarily. Companies look at security like insurance, except they aren't obligated to get that kind of insurance to do business as they forgo spending on security for the most part. Yeah. Okay. Drones used by police to monitor political protests in England, BLM, Extinction Rebellion, animal rights protests, all targeted as forces expand use of drones. Police have unmanned drones to monitor political protests, including those held by nonviolent BLM. Research shows police use drones Police also used drones in 2020 at animal rights protests, Extinction Rebellion, and anti-HS2 demonstrations, and in one instance, extreme right protests. Campaigners said that the police expanded use of drones is happening with the rules not clear and next to no debate. Police say that is not the case. Yeah, okie doke. The campaign group Drone Watch used Freedom of Information requests to ask police forces to detail their use of drones at protests from January to October of 2020. The Surrey, Cleveland, Staffordshire, Gloucestershire, and West Midlands forces said that they had used drones at BLM protests, Cleveland at 3 BLM events, Gloucestershire at 2 BLM, and 1 lockdown protest in West Midland at 3 BLM protests. In Southwest England and Devon, Cornwall force, the Devon and Cornwall force and Avon, Somerset police used drones at 15 events, including protests and public disorder incidents. Both forces declined to say at which protest drones had been used. Police were criticized for using drones during the first coronavirus lockdown when they were used to monitor walkers in the Peak district in Derbyshire. What? Oh man. Jesus. On a side note, the British BLM protests are tiny outside London. They're cheap, so cops probably figured they didn't give a shit. What? Yeah, no kidding. It's really overkill to be using drones. It's like that's the same reason why I thought why the article from Unicorn Riot was so important, because I mean, crystal clear. It was crystal clear. People's backyards, people's private property. I mean, why? Hey Elio, how's it going? Polling Drone Watch by Yonder claims to show public concern about drones when drone use when they fly beyond where a human can see them. Of 2,000 people questioned, 60% are worried about the effects of privacy and civil liberties. Yeah, no kidding. And 67 said they were concerned for safety implications. No kidding. The National Police Chief Council lead for the police use of drones. Assistant Chief Constable Steve Barry said police use drones at protests to help inform policing tactics to keep everyone safe. Their use is well regulated and governed by the Surveillance Commissioner Information Commissioner guidelines. Chris Cole of the Drone Watch said police are adopting this new surveillance technology with little oversight or consent from the public. There seems to be little control over how data is being gathered or stored, with alarmingly worry replies from the police indicating they do not understand what rights the public have in regarding to accessing data. What? The use of drones in the UK is set to expand, not just by the police. Companies such as Amazon plan to use them more. Okay, but Amazon was trying to use drones to deliver stuff, right? Cole said that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Despite serious public concern, the government is planning to liberalize airspace regulations to enable a whole raft of public agencies and private companies to operate drones freely in our airspace. Before that happens, it's vital that there is a proper public debate about limits of drone use. Comprehensive policy, privacy controls are put in place. True. The drone wars are coming. Rosalind Comey, the policy and campaigns manager at Liberty, said drone use was part of an alleged general assault on the right to protest. Protest is a key way we can all fight for a better society and stand up for what we believe in. Recently years have seen a concerted act on the right to protest from police and government, which particularly threatens people who are already marginalized and cut off from having their voices heard. Increased mass surveillance, whether drones or other developing tools like facial recognition, which is also horrifying, is designed to intimidate and control and ultimately silence dissent. Yeah, the problem is here, clearly this is, I levy the same criticism that I did when we saw that article from Unicorn Riot where they have a spy plane. They have a spy plane literally circling around and gathering just pictures of people. I mean, yeah, they surveilled the protests and stuff like that, but after a Freedom of Information lawsuit, they weren't just watching protest. They were literally gathering data. In my opinion, that's gathering data. Pictures of people's backyards. Like, what? Who does this? Why? And why aren't people questioning this more? First we litter our near space with satellite junk, now we'll litter our skies with drones. Isn't it grand? Yes, everybody get a slingshot. Watch, it's gonna be illegal to do that. To take down a drone. I mean, it kind of already is it not? I don't know how the rules are for that. But either way, like it's incredibly worrying that police departments, whether it be here or in England, can use this level of surveillance, right? The fact that it's okay to use the level of facial recognition programs is not okay. The fact that, you know, for decades at this point, the Patriot Act and legislation similar to it allows the government to listen in to anything they feel like may be a little bit suspect. All of that is just not okay. It's not okay at all. Yes, going back to that story, just to be clear as to why it happened, and again, this doesn't require an expensive security overhaul. TeamViewer is a popular software that allows users to connect to other computers and use them remotely. According to its maker, there are 200 million users of TeamViewer worldwide. TeamViewer is perfect if you're the computer nerd in the family who has to keep your parents' computer up to date and troubleshoot when they can't access the family pictures. It allows users to take full control of target computers and use it just as if they were the person in front of the screen. True, except when you're talking about a water treatment plant, that's not okay. It's incredibly easy to use, but security experts say it's also a potential nightmare, specifically of how much access it has to underlying computers, to the underlying computer. In some corners of the security world, TeamViewer has even become a meme because of insecure implementations. In other words, this may not be the software for you if you're managing critical infrastructure. Yes, no kidding. And yet, it's widely used in those environments, according to experts in industrial control systems. Oh man. Ooh. Yeah. TeamViewer is almost ubiquitous in industrial environments, particularly since the pandemic started, said Leslie Carhart, a principal threat analyst at Industrial Control System Security from Dragos. It's not my ideal choice by any means for secure access to ICS, and there are ways to make it more secure. That's your only available option. Yeah, I don't know about that. Carhart said that for her, the ideal would not be to use TeamViewer and instead set up a secure VPN to the organization's internal network and then a secured login with mandatory multi-factor authentication, but to an intermediate host and then another secure login inside the network that controls the critical infrastructure. Yeah, but that seems like too much work to a lot of people, you know? That might seem like a lot of work to people. So most likely the necessary changes would be too much to ask for in some cases. It can bypass firewall rules. Oof. Wait, why? Oh, I see. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that, Alio. Thank you. Yeah, all of this is all of this is bad. Okay. Alright. As always, because climate change is something that really interests me, not that I will go over this article. Ooh, whipping up some breakfast? Nice. Alright. I'm gonna head off. Hope you have an awesome Monday and a great stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate that stuff. Appreciate that. Obviously, as we all know, the impeachment trial ended, and to nobody's surprise, Donald Trump was, or at least at this point, nobody should be surprised that Donald Trump got acquitted. Nobody wants to hear from you. True. So we're gonna sit here and debunk the stuff that he has to say. I'm interested in seeing what exactly he has to say. So to nobody's surprise, Donald Trump was acquitted. Of course, it seems like not enough principled Republicans decided to take some action against this. And what's extremely frustrating is that the impeachment claim, the impeachment argument, the article of impeachment was over the incitement of the January 6th event. And here we have Mitch McConnell, after voting to acquit Donald Trump, he holds him responsible. I mean, this is some serious Stockholm Syndrome. This is some serious Stockholm Syndrome. After voting to acquit, McConnell torches Trump as responsible for riot. Following Saturday's vote acquitting former President Trump, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell exorciated? I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Exorciated Trump for his actions on the day of the attack on the U.S. Capitol, calling them a disgraceful dereliction of duty. Okay, so on one hand, you can't say that this was a disgraceful dereliction of duty while acquitting him from said accusation. But he said ultimately he did not vote to convict the former president because of constitutional concerns. What? Oh man. Yikes. There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. So in other words, the accusation that the House brought forth was true. The accusations and the article of impeachment that was brought forth was true. However, I'm going to vote to acquit this person. True. Excoriated. Oh my god. Hold on, memo for the record. I got this. Excoriated. Yeah, exactly, Mono. I got it right the first time. Sweet. There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. McConnell said shortly after the 57-43 Senate vote that ended in the former president's acquittal. The people who stormed the building believed that they were acting on the wishes and instructions of their president, he said. So, okay. He said, and having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth. McConnell rebuked Trump for his actions. That means absolutely nothing to me. McConnell rebuked Trump for his actions after the insurrection as well. He did not do his job. He didn't take steps to federal law could be faithfully executed and order restored. No, instead, according to public reports, he watched television happily as the chaos unfolded. He said, even after it was clear to any reasonable observer that the vice president was in serious danger. So, okay, you know what? All of this means these are just empty words. These are just empty words. But McConnell said that the process of impeachment and conviction is a limited tool and that he believes Trump is not constitutionally eligible for conviction. Damn. The Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overarching moral tribunal. Moral tribunal? What? He said that the text of the question of constitutionality is legitimately ambiguous and that he respects his colleagues for reaching either the conclusion to acquit or convict. 7 Republicans broke ranks with their party in voting for a conviction. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer acknowledged that the group in separate remarks after saying, "I salute those Republican patriots who did the right thing. It wasn't easy, we know that." The New York Democrat called Trump's actions on January 6th a textbook example of impeachable offense. Let it live on infamy, a stain on Donald J. Trump that can never and ever be washed away. So, sorry, your empty words of, well, I'm gonna, well, if you, the, Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overreaching moral tribunal. I understand that Donald Trump actually did the things that he's being accused of, but it's just not constitutionally, even though there has been several constitutional lawyers who have actually determined that it's quite possible to impeach a president after they're gone. It's not our duty to do so. He also knows that if you were to vote to impeach, the Republican base would skewer him as a traitor. They already did. They already did. Like, what would be the difference? Like, they're already calling him CCP Mitch. What was the punishment for conviction? Nothing. Losing pension, can't hold office, no jail, no nothing. Being convicted of a constitutional crime is only a moral judgment. Yeah. But the idea was that Donald Trump should never be able to hold office again. So if you ever engage in this type of behavior, you're not fit for office, and you will be removed. And you will be removed. He should be in jail for inciting a riot. Yeah. I've said this before. They've charged Proud Boys with less evidence for inciting riots. They've been calling him Moscow Mitch, but they haven't been calling to hang. Yeah. Yet. That's true. These guys, sorry, since he didn't convict, they need to go after him for criminal charges. Well, they might. There's a few stuff that has been going. There's a few stuff that's been going around. Georgia is opening an investigation into election fraud. The Southern District of New York also has a couple of questions for him. I mean, like, in a just world, he should see consequences, just like any other normal citizen. The AG of the US needs to. In a just world, I mean, he would see some serious charges in terms of, like, you know, inciting riots and stuff like that. I mean, we've seen, as I said earlier, Proud Boys getting charged with felony charges to incite riots unless evidence. I mean, the House created an entire time frame from beginning to end in a very well documented time frame of what happened. I mean, this is like incredible. Okay. The shit that he pulled on Brian Kemp and Georgia election follows alone ought to be grounds for it. Oh yeah, for election fraud, 100%. Yeah, 100%. The fact that he had that, you know, 1 hour, was it like 45 minutes or 1 hour perfect phone call with the officials from Georgia is election fraud. It's grounds for election fraud. So that should probably be investigated. I mean, this whole thing is just like a complete sham. A complete sham. the most perfect phone call. Incredible. So, I don't know. This, in other words, like if you set this type of precedent, what you're saying is that if you commit crimes, as the president of the United States, but you happen to commit it at the towards just enough towards the end of your tenure, just enough towards the end of your presidency, you can walk away scot-free. That's for anybody. Doesn't matter. It does not matter. You can easily just do whatever you want, I guess. There's no repercussions. There's nothing stopping you. Absolutely nothing is stopping you. Incredible. So, what there's another article that I saw that I need to go through regarding this. Thanks for the follow, Anna the Nugget. I like the username. Well, I don't know about Gitmo, but he's definitely worthy of removal from office. I can't believe Kentucky decided to vote for this guy. Again. Hey, how's it going? Only people who believe Gitmo should be open and be held there? Oof. No. They should just close it. In my opinion. Good morning, Madame Defarge. Okay, so surprise, surprise, he was acquitted. And I think that the most important takeaway from this is the fact that essentially now anybody who is president can do whatever they want on their last final week and a half. It's all good. Hey, it's a free-for-all, folks. Anything is possible. Go forth. You know what? I don't want to hear anything from these people with regards to Joe Biden. I really don't want to hear a single word from these people. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oof. Hold on. Did I hear that Laura Trump is running for Senate? Jeez. But isn't Laura Trump Donald Trump's ex-wife? Who has, or aunt? Wait, I don't remember. Laura Trump. Who is Laura Trump? I'm having a bunch of different stuff mixing in my head. She was cool, wasn't she? They can't say anything. They can't say anything. When anarcho-Bidenism starts to take over the United States, via the anarcho-Bidenism revolution, I don't want to hear a single word from Republicans. Oh, she's married. Oh, she's married to Eric Trump. Mary. Oh, yeah, I'm all kind of lost. Mary Trump is the one that hates. Okay. Okay. Yikes. Yeah, exactly. Like exactly, Memo. So basically, all that we learned from this impeachment, from the previous impeachment, from this one is that you can literally do whatever you want. You can literally funnel money to your businesses scot-free. It's all fair game. So I don't want to hear a single peep from these Republicans about corruption, about how now they're gonna morally grandstand about corruption when they allowed this to happen. Lindsey Graham warns that Kamala Harris could be impeached if Republicans win the House next year. Oh wait, hold on, wasn't there? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Mr. Lindsey Graham, Lady G. Didn't your party just acquit Trump over constitutionality problems? She actually wasn't vice president during the times of the quote-unquote accusation of funneling bail funds for BLM. This was over the summer. She was not vice president. So under your constitutionality problem that you had, she's actually not eligible to face conviction. Damn. Damn. Sorry, Lady G. Apparently, it's all excusable anyways. Because she wasn't vice president at the time. Damn. It's excusable. It doesn't matter. So even if this was a legitimate impeachment, if this was let's just, bite for 2 seconds. Even if this was a legitimate impeachable offense, sorry, Constitution, according to your party, according to your logic, it's not impeachable. It's not impeachable in terms of, like, you can't convict them. Sorry. Next. You can't use logic with Republicans. Under your circumstance, which you acquitted Donald Trump, even after you were shown clear evidence and you yourself believed he was responsible, you just decided not to not hold him responsible. You just believe that he was. Yeah, I say that actually Kamala Harris is unimpeachable because there's some constitutionality problems in regarding an impeachment because she actually was not vice president at the time. Sorry. Speaking on an interview, Fox News Sunday, and remember, these are the same people who are screaming for unity as these impeachment stuff was floating around, as the 25th Amendment stuff was floating around. They were the ones who were crying for unity, and now they're turning it around and saying, well, actually, we never believed in any of that. Speaking in an interview on Fox News Sunday, the day after the Senate acquitted President Trump, the South Carolina Republican said the former president's impeachment trial brought forth because of the deadly January 6 riots opened Pandora's box. No, you did. You want to know? Like, it's always projection with these people. Always projection. You want to know what opens Pandora's box? Allowing a president of the United States, first of all, you acknowledge that he did incite that insurrection. So a president of the United States can actually incite an insurrection because they had a hissy fit that they lost and be acquitted. So don't talk to me about opening Pandora's box, Lady G. If you use this model, I don't know how Kamala Harris doesn't get impeached if Republicans take over the House because she actually bailed out rioters. So we've opened Pandora's box here. I'm sad for the country. You know what? You have no business speaking in terms of this. And no, Donald Trump doesn't get impeached. Neither does she. Or is it okay if only one side does it, or the other? Like many pro-Trump Republicans, Graham appeared to be equating the deadly siege on the Capitol with the last summer of racial justice, two different events rooted in two opposing movements. It doesn't matter. It legitimately doesn't matter, even if this was an impeachable offense. It doesn't matter. By their standards and by their logic, holding them to their own standards, she actually can't be impeached. Sorry. The Republicans' argument isn't about whether you're in office at the time of defense, it's whether you're in office at the time of the impeachment. Wait. Wait. Can you clarify that? It's the process, not the offense, that counts. Graham assumes taking control of Congress in 2022. True. Yeah. So, but isn't it the same? Isn't it the same logic if they say at the time of impeachment, Donald Trump was president, was he not? He was absolutely the president. The trial happened afterwards, did it not? Or am I getting this wrong? Because when he was impeached, he was absolutely the president. The thing is, the trial was afterwards, was it not? Oh, I see. So, okay, so it's during the trial, but he was impeached while he was president, right? So, oh, I see. Okay. So the reasoning is I can't convict him because he's no longer in office, so there's no reason to remove him because he's not there. Mitch cockblocked it for time, but now he says it's too late. Like he wasn't. Like he wasn't the reason for that. Yeah, during his time as majority leader, it's not a good argument, but it's not a good argument, but it's a disingenuous. It's a bit disingenuous to say the exact same logic procedure precludes Republicans from impeaching Kamala Harris in 2 years. Okay, so I see. I see, because these things are not the same. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. The Benjamin Dixon Show. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we'll go over this in a second. Okay, so these are actually not analogous because the reasoning was, if I got this correct, Cheeto, and correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why my analogy or my argument didn't work or doesn't work is because the reasoning for Donald Trump's acquittal was because at the time of the trial, Donald Trump wasn't in office. Therefore, because of procedural constitutional problems, they felt like they couldn't convict even though they agreed with what the House was saying. Now, this is not the same as saying Kamala Harris could face impeachment should the House flip to Republican side, because technically they can impeach for stuff that she did previously, which I was wrong. Yes, a Benjamin Dixon raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I have my argument correct, because I want to make sure that I stay consistent, because if I'm wrong, then I'll take my L here. Graham is nothing more than a spineless snake. He has done absolutely nothing productive. True. I'm just trying to make sure that I get my arguments good, because hey, listen, I could be 100% wrong and disanalogous. That is correct according to the Republican logic, which, to be clear, I'm not trying to defend. No, I'm just making sure that I have this correct. Okay? Okay, so yes, then in that case, then I'll throw out my argument because it's wrong, and say that at this point in time, consequences don't mean anything. I think it's probably a simpler or counter argument would be just consequences don't mean anything anyway, so why are you even bothering? Thanks for the follow, Mimosa Dragon. Yeah, so basically the argument, so then I'll flip my argument around and say, at this point in time, these people have no leg to stand on because consequences mean absolutely nothing to them. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Jalkmeister. Yeah, true. True. I mean, he was not wrong, Mebius. He was not wrong. He was not wrong. Yeah, so furthermore, you can actually impeach people for conduct before individuals assume their positions. So, yeah, I was wrong on that too. I was wrong on that too. So I guess like my counter argument to this would be you apparently don't care about consequences anyways. So why you don't have a moral like high ground here, friend, Mr. Lindsey Graham. You don't have the moral high ground. Hey April, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Okay. Alright, don't worry, we'll get to this. Really quickly, because I believe climate change is a huge issue, and I want to just get through this. Bill Gates helped usher in a digital revolution at Microsoft and spent the decades since exploring and investing in innovative solutions to some of the world's toughest problems: global poverty, disease, coronavirus pandemic, which he spent nearly $2 billion on. Now he's focusing on climate change, agreeing with the overwhelming majority of scientists who warn of a looming climate disaster. The good news is that Gates believes it's possible to prevent a catastrophic rise in temperature. The bad news, he says, in the next 30 years, we would need scientific breakthroughs, technological innovations, and global cooperation on a scale the world has never seen. We believe that this is the toughest challenge humanity has faced. Absolutely, the amount of change, new ideas, it's great. It's way greater than the pandemic, and it needs a level of cooperation that would be unprecedented. True. That doesn't sound feasible. Why are you leading with this question? This triggers me so hard. This triggers me so hard. Right here. No, it's not, but hey, we have 30 years. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It sounds impossible. Yeah, but like I don't think that's like the type of I don't think that's like the proper way of leading into this, right? We have more educated people than ever. We have a generation that's speaking out on this topic, and I've got to participate in a miracle of the personal computer and the internet. So yes, I have a bias to believe innovation can do these things. Wrong. We do need certain innovations and certain technological things, but it's not about innovation. It's about deploying the technology that we have now to begin to work on this problem. We've been dancing around that reality for a while now. I'm not saying it's like the reason why is because the reason why I take the position that I do and I say the things that in the way that I do is because as long as there is time, we should be doing whatever it is that we need to do as much as possible within the time that we have, right? So like that's why I kind of like keep that. It's like dabbling on borderline hopium, but at the same time it's a way of like getting people to have energy to say, you know what, we still have whatever time is that we have left, which isn't a lot. Should be spent trying to do what we can in the capacity that we have. The idea that people getting told that shit's totally fucked makes them totally switch off doesn't seem supported by evidence to me. No, I'm not saying that we should be all like doom and gloom. I'm saying that we should say, hey, we need to do whatever it is that we need to do within the time that we have because we don't have time. Not that it's impossible, but it's not to say things like, oh well, it's just impossible, that because then if it's impossible, why should I try? Yeah, I agree with you. You should absolutely stress how like messed up things are. I'm just saying that it's completely impossible is not the right way to go in terms of rhetoric. I think it's like, hey, we need to wake up. We have very little time. We don't have 30 years. We need to do what we can with the time that we have within the technology and purview that we have while we develop into other stuff later, like short-term solutions, to set the groundwork for more long-term solutions. If anything, I've had more people more engaged when they consume the black pill than totally give up. Yeah. I'm not disputing the fact that if you urge people and realize just how like messed up things are, that it doesn't like you spark them into action. But that's the point, though, right? Not to say that it's completely impossible. It's to say, hey, we've got less than 30 years. We don't have 30 years. Our government doesn't do anything. We don't have a real international coalition right now. Not in any serious capacity. We need to move with whatever time we have, in the little time that we have, within the purview of the tech that we have now, while we set the groundwork for long-term solutions. He's talking about innovations in every aspect of life, manufacturing, true, agriculture, transportation, because nearly everything we do now releases earth-warming greenhouse gases, mainly carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. He took us to his favorite burger joint in Seattle to explain. You're talking about changing everything in the economy. I mean, every aspect of it. In the physical, yes. Yes. I mean, he's right in terms of like changing like our way of doing the economy. 100% has to be changed. 100%. 100%. This consumerist planned obsolescence economy has to be redone, because this is not sustainable at this point. He's suffering from technologist cope. Yeah, like thinking that some magical thing is going to come here and solve everything. That we can continue growth and technology would take care of it. Yeah, exactly. It's not about like just awaiting some like magical technology to come around and just like save us. It's doing stuff now, stressing the urgency of it, and doing things doing what we can now. It's not going to happen because that's what's been said for the last decades, and it hasn't happened. True. And this whole like planned obsolescence economy or consumerist economy is not working. Of what we can see right now of us sitting here, what specifically could be happening? Well, the cement would be made in different ways. The steel in this building would be different. You know, the meat in the burger is a big deal. All of this plastic and paper and potatoes. With potatoes, you talk about fertilizer, irrigation systems, all the tractors and transport, the trucks that brings them into this restaurant, all that has to change. When you're going zero, you don't get to skip everything. Gates says going zero means eliminating all gas emissions or else. If they wait 100 years to do this, it's way too late. Then the natural ecosystem will have failed, the instability, you know, migration, all of these things will get really, really bad before the end of the century. This is true. When the natural, you know, if we continue down this path, when the natural ecosystems fail, there's instability, there's food scarcity, there's devastating natural disasters, there will be conflicts over resources. Yeah. It's not just, oh, our summers are a little hot. Yeah, you'd think. You'd think, Mono. China's now using more solar powers and electric vehicles than any other country in the world. Yeah, we need to start moving in that direction. The scariest idea is that the last remaining option would be to revolt against the powers in order to get the change that's demanded by what's coming. I mean, like, what other, like, I don't want, like, necessarily, because, like, you know what that implies, right? You know what the end of that is, right? It's not good. There's gonna be a lot of people hurt. But if there are no solutions in sight, if people continue to get screwed, not just like economically, but imagine decades from now, if we continue our course after losing billions and billions and billions to natural disasters, people losing their homes to hurricanes, floods, fires, economic depressions. What is the natural conclusion to that? It's not good. It is much cheaper and much more beneficial for everybody from a utilitarian, rules based, like kind of consequentialist, like, all of this kind of melded together philosophy to fix the problem now than to continue to kick it down the road and hope that some grand technological thing is going to come around and is going to save us all. And I use this analogy constantly, but it's just like the COVID situation, right? If we would have taken action early, and properly, then we would not have been in the situation that we're in. It would have been less hurtful in terms of economy and in terms of health. We would have had a much, I'm not saying that we would have stopped, solved everything, but we would have had a significantly better outcome than now, a year and something later, scrambling, trying to stabilize ourselves. I mean, because it's looking more and more like the only option left. Right. That's the thing. And I've been trying to talk about this as much as humanly possible. And I'm hoping that people understand where I'm coming from, right? Like, folks, it's bad, okay? I'm not saying that to downplay it, because like Mono made a good point. Like sometimes, like actually giving people a sense of urgency moves them to action. This is true, and I absolutely agree with that. But I will say that it's not impossible. It's not necessarily unfeasible. I'm just saying we have to be realistic and saying, hey, we have to do whatever it is that we can now while we still have the chance. When you talk about migration, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people from North Africa to Europe every year. No. Hundreds of thousands of people? No, buddy. You're underestimating those numbers. Those would be millions, friend. Those would be millions. Those will be millions. There are some people unironically making that argument, and I think that it's because he is saying that all we have to do is innovate. All we have to do is just like make technology just take care of it for us. Which, yeah, sure, I guess you could say that it does have a play. But I think that I feel like it's going to take too long. Even though 80% of French people declare that they no longer expect any from politicians, he made confidence in state institutions and scandal evidence make a dent in their respect to own institutional framework. It doesn't help when you have people equating fighting climate change with taking away their hamburgers. True. Incredible. This will be millions. What do you think is going to happen when you can't grow food? when food scarcity is going to be a thing. He says that the US has to lead the world getting to zero gas emissions by 2050. It's... We do have to lead. We do have to do the stuff that we need to do here first. And then... have a leg to stand on when we try to bring an international coalition together. And when we, when we do bring this coalition together, it can't be just like a half-baked, not really... It feels like more performative rather than action. It can't be like that, Although, yes, rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement is good, it's not enough. Passenger cars, part of the electric generation with renewables, these things everybody knows about, but that's getting almost all the money, but not the hard parts, which is the industrial piece of steel and cement. Those pieces we've hardly started to work on. Well, I mean, if you get the electric generation, the electric grid off of fossil fuels into renewables, that's already a good, step in the right direction. That's already a good step in the right direction. Although, he does make a good point here. No one thinks about cement and steel, but making it accounts for 16% of all carbon dioxide emissions, and the demand is only growing. The world would add an estimated 2.5 trillion square feet of buildings by 2060. That's equivalent of putting up another New York City every month in the next 40 years. So one innovative company Gates has been pouring money to is Carbon Cure. They inject captured carbon dioxide into concrete. What they do is stick the CO2 in the cement and then mix it up, and so you're actually able to get rid of some of the CO2 by sticking it in the cement. Right now they get rid of about 5%, but they have a next generation that can get up to 30%. Yeah, all these alternatives are good too. Marcus for Left Flanks, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you. True. Everybody needs to check out Left Flank Vets if you haven't already. Pretty good peeps. Yeah, so I'm not gonna knock alternatives like this and stuff like that. I just think that we should be mobilizing what we have right now in the capacity that we have while we lay the groundwork for more long-term solutions. So what I would say is move as quickly as possible to our energy grid to renewable energy as much as humanly possible. Where it cannot be done, we have room for nuclear. We have to understand that the way we run our economy cannot be this planned obsolescence, consumer-based economy that just fills landfills, that is unsustainable for the environment. We also have to dump money into restoring destroyed ecosystems. that keep us alive. And we have to have a educational campaign to get people to understand the severity of the issue. Hey Aronok, how's it going? The continued ability of the planet he's currently forced to habit. What a great guy. True. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it is self-preservation. The fact that Gates is in the minority of the mega rich is a damning indictment of currently exists. Yeah, that's also true. And it also serves to kind of point out a huge issue here. Are we supposed to rely everything? Are we supposed to rely everything on some handful or like 1 or 2 billionaires to like solve everything? I don't know, man. I don't know. Happy Heritage Day in Canada. Huh, cool, I didn't know that. Forgot it was a holiday, so got ready to work and then found out I can go back laying to bed. Yeah, because basically they have everything. Yeah, so, I mean, wouldn't out of self-preservation, wouldn't these people be even more motivated to fixing this issue? I don't know. Either way, I don't think it's like I don't think it's wise to depend on 1 or 2 billionaires to essentially dictate or get us out of the climate situation. Hey Phenomenauticus, how's it going? Community gardens mean more locally produced food, which means fewer fossil fuels spent to move food across the land. Start community gardens. That's an idea. I was actually thinking about that. Like, what if instead of all of people having to take cars around, what if it was just only 1 or 2 cars, or I guess vans, that would go around and deliver food to everybody? And you know, one truck or 1 car or 1 van parks at a, for example, community. That's all of those cars that don't need to spend fossil fuels to get food. So what you're saying is the less steps there is to from point A to point B, the more energy it will save, which is true. Which is kind of like why I believe Mono pointed this out in another stream, where it's good to move in the direction of your energy coming from less steps. In other words, for example, if you have the solar panels, that's directly from the sun to your house. That's it. There's a lot less steps there. It's direct. True. Rick. Because yes, although we have to do some of the stuff that Bill Gates is talking about, yes, it has to happen. There's no will or incentive to use any of these new technologies. It's got to be something that the government has to get involved, in which case the government will say, hey, you know what? we're going to subsidize X product to incentivize green um, it's cement for building houses, or a new green um, product to build whatever. We're going to subsidize to make sure that, yeah, so that's Mono stated. So we're going to subsidize to make sure that non animal food is affordable. Right, that's exactly what I'm addressing. Why not subsidize these type of industries and give the priority to them? These are things that the government can do in terms of like innovating technologies. In the meantime, we need to get our grid off fossil fuels as quickly and as much as possible. Sadly, that's true, Mono. Yes. No, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. So what can we do? Change that. An informational campaign. The system that we have here is not sustainable in any way, shape, or form. It's not sustainable economically. It's not sustainable environmentally. I mean, thanks for the follow, Peace Love Dragon. Something, yeah, it just has to change. Failure to recognize that this is unsustainable is failure to recognize that this is unsustainable will lead to catastrophe. People with the drive and capability to make enough fun, trouble to win over other people. Yeah, I mean, 3 years ago, lone gunman statements by the president 3 years after the Parkland shooting. 3 years ago, lone gunman took the lives of 14 students and 3 educators at Marjory Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida. In seconds, the lives of dozens of families and the life of American community were changed forever. For 3 years now, the Parkland family has spent birthdays and holidays without their loved ones. They've missed out on experience and sending their children off to college. Yeah. Was this today? Yeah, it was yesterday. The administration will not wait for, so this is like the proposal, I suppose, that the call to action at this point. American culture is very short-sighted, focused on short-term games or long sustainability. I don't know how to fix this. Yeah, I don't see any other option. We're not going to get enough people to vote the right fellows and lasses in through the boring info dumps and telling them that if they don't, their sons and daughters and we'll live in a shitty world. Why would they care about that? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, hi IQ, how's it going? I just don't know. This administration will not wait for the mass shooting to heed the call. We'll take action to end our epidemic of gun violence and make our schools and communities safer. Today I'm calling on Congress to enact common sense gun reform, including requiring background checks on all gun sales. Wait. We already have this? I'm pretty sure. banning assault weapons and high capacity magazines, and limiting immunity gun for manufacturers who knowingly put weapons of war on the streets. We owe it to all of those we lost and those left behind, aggrieved, to make a change. Time to act is now. I think they're going about the wrong way of addressing this problem. I think they're going about the wrong way of addressing this problem. Yeah, I hope you're doing well as well. I don't think you do federally. None of this will matter in 5 years. Yeah, I know, but like I don't know how this would work though. Like this is going about it the wrong way. Like, for example, the People's Climate Vote, 1.2 million respondents over 50 countries found that 64% said that climate change was an emergency. Certainly not enough. No, certainly not enough. I think better ways of addressing this would be well, we do background checks, that's for sure. I know that we do so. We could implement, for example, strict red flag laws. Strict red flag laws where if you've been instituted for X condition, X mental health condition, like for example schizophrenia, that will pop up, and you probably should not own a gun. Okay, like things like that. I think that would do worlds of much. I think that would make worlds of difference in terms of like actually having or addressing this issue. And I don't know how eliminating immunity for gun manufacturers is going to also solve this issue. Because what do you do with the guns that are already out on the street? I don't think it solves the problem. And by that precedent, could you sue every car manufacturer for every car crash? I don't know. That you intentionally caused, not out of factory defect, that you intentionally caused. I don't know. Obama couldn't get it done, and he was pre the current state of people's belief in world war abortion. If he tries it, you're really risking ATF into oof. Yeah, you could do like local voluntary buybacks, but those don't bring in that many. You could start bringing no, you cannot. That is the fastest way you'll get the ATF knocking at your door. All right, at least here. No. You could do voluntary buyback programs, although I don't know how effective that is. I think if you really want to do a number on these type of incidents, because let's be honest, what happened at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in Parkland was horrifying, but 80%, over 80% of school shootings could be prevented with proper storage of weapons. So I think that because of how we're so entrenched with gun culture, I think the best way that we can move around this is to implement within gun culture the stress of safely storing your firearms, and even going as far as giving each gun owner who buys a gun a free specific trigger lock and safe, or subsidize the uses of gun safes and proper storage of firearms as part of gun culture to make it as safe and responsible as possible. That would probably do a number, because a lot of school shootings, I think the actual statistic is like over 80% is of weapons that they don't own. It's not their gun. So that's a way we can address this issue. I would also say that having more qualified and trained school counselors would be another way to address a lot of these issues. If you're talking specifically about schools, having properly trained school counselors would also help. Pour money into that. I think that pouring money into resources that people need will lessen this. Pouring money into things that people need will actually lessen this type of violence. Imagine if people who no, we don't eliminate schools. Imagine if people had access to, imagine everybody has the ability to get food, housing, education, and healthcare. A lot of people, food, housing, education, and healthcare would reduce some of this as well. You're not making sense, friend. A perfect world? Yeah. With people having like their basic needs, the amount of all of this would be reduced, because if you have healthcare as a human right, mental health is in that. If you have food, housing, education, and healthcare, the likelihood of violent crime happening is extremely reduced anyways. As we know, poverty and crime are very intertwined. I'm a healthcare professional, and even I support free healthcare. Sweet. I believe online schools could replace all education. It would be way cheaper too. No. Actually, it's the opposite. Yeah, it's just about being human and caring for other humans. True, in terms of healthcare, like I think that a lot of that would come to to address all of this in terms of like gun violence and like school shootings and stuff like that. I mean, if people had food, housing, education, and healthcare, the likelihood of this happening is way less. A large part of the education is interacting with your peers. True, you wouldn't have to pay millions of teachers. I'm not understanding, how are they supposed to learn? Like, is a robot gonna teach them? This is beyond, like, this is beyond to me. So what you're proposing is a completely just learn with videos. This is that's not how kids learn. Like on YouTube, so you expect everybody to just learn stuff on YouTube? What if they don't grasp the concept on a YouTube channel? How do they ask questions? Who do they ask questions? Like, you do realize how terrible that idea is, right? Like, just on its concept. Ah, yes, they can write in the comment section where they may or may not get response. And we all know just how reliable the internet is when it comes to learning stuff on YouTube. How do they know they're getting the right education? How do you know that that's the correct response? There are several studies showing that learning on your own from videos is not nearly as effective as learning in a classroom setting. Yeah. I 100% agree. The idea that we need to eliminate classrooms is not. I mean, it's already tough. It's already tough doing virtual school with the professor there. It's already tough doing that. And, you know, we got to do that right now because of the pandemic, of course. But, that does not mean that a teacher isn't required. And all of these can lead to a lot of technical difficulties and all this other issues. They may not get the exact correct information. Kids are already falling way behind from digital learning. Yeah, so that we're doing it during COVID because it's necessary. As someone who's genuinely learned much better from videos on my own, it's still a bad idea. Most people don't know how to find good sources. True. Yeah, they can be good supplements, but they can't replace an entire, like, how teachers... There's a reason why it's, like, a thing. I learned a lot about SpaceX and Tesla on YouTube. That has nothing to do with any type of academic... Like, what? Science E? Good lord. Imagine. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't replace a curriculum on, like, how the process all works. Okay. Ah, yes. Hey guys, I'm an expert now because I watched a YouTube video on SpaceX, so I totally understand how, like, the composition of chemicals that makes up rocket fuel and all of this other stuff. I totally understand all that as a clearly YouTube rocket scientist. I understand all of this because I watched a video. Like, what? Yeah, someone also pointed, like, imagine learning to be a surgeon from a YouTube video. If it keeps going this way, it will become endemic. Yes. It could be an option, but not the only option, is for the fact that people have different learning styles. Yeah, someone mentioned it is like a supplement. You can have supplemental stuff. I learned better online from my last 2 semesters, but because I have serious ADHD and people I have to go to school with don't, I talk about stuff that gets me sidetracked. Yeah. So, sure. Everyone has their own ways of learning, absolutely. But the idea that the entire system should be overhauled and take out teachers, eliminate teachers out of the equation is just not. It's just like, no, that's not how that works. Yes, me too. I actually learn and have more focus when I'm reading a book. When I'm reading like a physical book, like an actual physical book. I have trouble, not internet, on PDFs, like online PDFs. I can't do it. We need educators and we need more of them. True! True. And we need to pay them more. True, and I'll fulfill that one. I'm in an online degree program. It's mostly e-textbooks. Yeah, I mean, some people are absolutely capable of doing that. But you still interact with your professor, right? You still have like a contact with your professor, and you still like engage with them in some way, shape, or form to guide you. Yep, and there are cohorts and webinars as well. True. I can't read off the computer or iPad. It has to be a textbook to keep me focused. True. Elon Musk said 90% of universities are useless, Lamau. That's... Oh, hey guys. Elon Musk said universities suck. Elon Musk, one person. Therefore, this is... No, come on. Actions are better online, but having educators are still necessary. Some things that you need to learn hands-on. I can't imagine earning my biology degree with no in-person lab. True. Professors are vastly overpaid. In my honest opinion, teaching is one of the most important professions. Stock managers are overpaid. True. Hey, yeah, I actually took while you guys were chatting, I actually took Elon Musk's advice, and I said, and I, 99% of universities are useless anyways. So I hopped on a YouTube video. And I actually learned brain surgery. So, you know what? Next time you have an issue, come to me, bro. I got you. Because Elon Musk said 99% of universities are useless anyways. So, so yeah, you can totally trust me. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, I think the argument was the opposite, Mono. I think they were implying that the argument was that stock managers are actually overpaid. Elon Musk literally made a brain implant that can heal diseases. He didn't make any of that, just to be clear. You know that, right? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow, Henry. Thank you for the follow, Heathen Forever. Elon is both engineer and CEO, so he was part of making it. Ooh, press X to doubt. Hi, new follower here. I just want to jump in and say that I do think we need more teachers, but they need to be better paid and given better resources to work with. True. With that being said, I also think that the current education system in the US is disjointed. True. Not diverse in the different ways, and the students learn. Even the same students have multiple learning methods throughout the day. True. Some of us know Hayaku Andy from other streams. He starts friendly-ish and then moves on into Matching Insanity. Oof. He was trolling several other streams over the weekend. Hey, listen, buddy. Let's not have that. And furthermore, we haven't exactly proved that it works on pigs yet. The initial tests are starting, but we don't know. All that Elon's done is private financial backing and try to market it. Yeah, exactly. So just to be clear, Elon hasn't made any of this, okay? Stop giving credit where where it doesn't belong, and stop talking nonsense about how we shouldn't have teachers or an education system and should just replace that with, it doesn't matter, he didn't do any of that. What is this? Oh, these are like... Interesting. These are old archives. Him starting a company doesn't mean jack. Anyways. So, yeah. Stop giving Elon Musk credit where it doesn't belong. Stop being anti-academia. Go to Elon and tell him you want a job with SpaceX because you saw a video on YouTube. True. True. Don't worry, I already told him that, I already told him that I watched a video on brain surgery, so I got him the next time. The next time you have a problem, with your, you know, if or a family member has an issue with their brain, don't worry, I watched a YouTube video, I got you. Elon says he doesn't care about your college degree. That's a lie. Guaranteed. Guaranteed every one of those people are college graduated engineers or whatever it is that they need to be. Guaranteed. Oh, you want me to link it in Discord? Yeah. Done. No, I'm not saying he's an engineer. I'm saying that the people that work for him 100% are educated and have degrees in the stuff that he needs them to have degrees in. There's no world where he just hires an engineer to build something off the basis of nothing. Anywho. Library generator? libgen? Okay. Oh, goody. I'm actually interested in listening to his take on this. Hold on. It's possible that a YouTuber made the windows on Elon's truck, though. True. Why do online college degrees exist then? Because you because they still have online institutions. There's still a university with a professor. You don't just watch video. How do you think online school works? Have you ever tried to do an online class? You do realize there's a professor, there's classmates, there's a discussion board, there's a like what? Do you have any ideas organically, or they're all just stuck from other people? Oh, okay. Like, have you ever, like, honestly taken an online class? There's an entire ecosphere where you can ask classmates. You have direct connection. You have direct like a direct line to your professor. Okay. Watch 3 hours of YouTube for poli sci 380. Hey, there you go. All right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the only way to get a poli sci degree is to watch 3 hours of YouTube on the daily. I am 5 pages into a book on Python because I'm incredibly lazy. Well, learning Python and learning code is extremely daunting. I've taken a YouTube course on programming. Congratulations! Does that mean that everything should be overhauled with no absolute teachers or anything like that? That's a personal thing. It's sure the university doesn't care what we watch, it's online. Yeah, but that's also part of your, like, curriculum. Current education has used the subjects like English literature? What are you talking about? Wait, in what language do you think programming is written in? And in what language do you think are you going to learn said programming? I think the school day should be shorter. Okay. Seems like the school day was designed around the workday so that students and parents get home around the same time. With that being said, I also think the workday needs to be shorter. True. True. What? So we don't teach English. So how are you supposed to learn the rest of it? I'm joking, none of that is true. We have professors who quite often require us to be seen and heard through online means at least once a week. Wow. All that is important. 100%, all of that is important. I had to read lots of useless books during high school. You know, reading actually helps. Regardless of if you think that the book is useless or not, it doesn't matter. Reading is good. Regardless. Shakespeare and poetry are not important at all. What? You don't understand like the lessons to be learned by like the works of Shakespeare and what like different types of poetry can teach us? That is irrelevant. What? Are you okay, buddy? Yeah, we're dealing with a learn to code here. Yeah, true. Reading is food for the mind. True. Even if you don't think, even reading the newspaper every day or reading whatever, it's all good for you. Yeah, like what do you think happens with like poetry and art and all this other stuff? It's 100% necessary. All right, I'm done. You know what? When you have like another logical argument, you can come back. Holy crap, this is annoying. I only got up to booleans and flow control. Oof. Yeah, it's exercise for your mind. That's right, Elio. Come back when you have like a cohesive act. Wait, necessary? Yeah, absolutely. What? It's clear you've never taken any type of like education whatsoever. There's absolute lessons to be learned from reading all of these old works. Not just historical, but there's also like lessons that the authors wrote in those books. Furthermore, reading does stimulate and exercise your mind. It expands your perspective. True. Poetry is also important. I work professionally as a software designer and engineer. This guy does not know what he's talking about. True. Art is important. Yeah, 100%. Art and things like this like stimulate the mind. What? I'm studying veterinary science and going into vet school. The books I thought were useless were actually so educational, and it's not even in my major. True. There have been like numerous studies about how like, if you're having for example, mental decline and stuff like that, reading is extremely helpful in solving puzzles. So the idea that you shouldn't read books or you shouldn't read like what you deem to be unimportant books is like absolutely ridiculous. Even books that are for fun, like I don't know, reading a book about Halo. Even reading a book about Halo is still good for you in terms of like your mind. Like this is such a backwards argument and such an anti-intellectual argument. Schools shouldn't mandate them. They should mandate them because it exercises your mind. This is how you get when you're young to stimulate your mind and helps you in other cases that you don't even see. It helps if you're well read, especially if you read difficult stuff. If you read difficult literature like Shakespeare, you can absolutely read difficult textbooks when it comes to like biology and stuff like that. There's different purposes and different applications as to why these things are important. PUBG exercises the mind and increases reaction time, so we should force kids to play video games. No. That's not what I'm saying. Anyways.
Yeah. So today we're going to talk about something that Senator Lindsey Graham said. You know, he's a senator, mind you. He suggested, in the aftermath of the acquittal, that if the House is retaken by Republicans in 2022, well, they may just decide to attempt to impeach Vice President Harris. Because,
yeah, they can
she
be, Elio.
tweeted support for bail funds over the summer, and that is somehow, in some way, equivalent to what the twice impeached former president did. there's an equivalency there. You know, a lot of people don't know what bail funds are, so let me explain it real quick. A bail fund is basically an account that gets set up so those people who have bails that are beyond their financial means can access, so they can then post their bail, get out, and participate in their own defense. That's the idea of a bail fund. In the U.S., you really shouldn't be denied bail unless you're a genuine flight risk or a real continued threat to society at large. That's when you should be denied bail. Other than that, you should get it. And I would suggest that if a judge sets a bail beyond the financial means of the accused, well, that's in essence denying them bail. I would suggest that that's excessive. It's something we don't want in the United States. So much so that it's in the Constitution, Senator. It's the Eighth Amendment. Please, by all means, have your lackeys in the House impeach the Vice President because she tweeted support for a constitutional premise, because she supported the Constitution of the United States, the founding principles of this country. I can't see any way that that would backfire, sir. You know, it's not like most of America has already realized the Republican Party has abandoned all of our founding principles, that they have never read the Constitution or they don't care what's in it. It's not like the entire country saw major political figures within the Republican Party coordinating with the defense in a trial in which they were supposed to be impartial, as under an oath that they took, demanded by the Constitution. It's not like we all saw that or anything. Yeah, please, go ahead. Play your silly little game. Make it completely partisan. I'm sure it will fire up those sunshine patriots that you have in your base. But the majority of the United States sees right through it. And I would point out that I find it really interesting that you didn't try to come up with some reason to impeach the old white guy. Just the woman who isn't white. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, Senator. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Oops. Sorry about that. Yourselves have played Sayonara Wild Hearts. I'm saying that the point of mandating children to read Shakespeare for reason is just as stupid as making people play games for... No, this is not the same. This isn't even remotely close. The works of Shakespeare and the Iliad and all of these other works, they are absolutely in infinitely more useful than playing PUBG. Okay? In terms of being able to have like reading comprehension and then having analysis over this stuff. This is all part of critical thinking. The Hungry, Hungry Caterpillar. True. I love that book. And you would be wrong. You could say quicker reaction time and comprehension time outweighs reading books, but you'd be wrong. But the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar is actually really important. True. My degree is in environmental design architecture. My first year for our design project, we had to read Shakespeare and design around the play we were given. It was actually really interesting to see how our understanding of literature directly translated to how to come up with our designs. I have appreciated less Eurocentric to the curriculum, but I don't discount its helpfulness. It's not my opinion. I'm not giving you an opinion. I mean, we're an artist, and I just said this before. Reading these complex and old books and plays and poetry and all this other stuff helps you with critical thinking skills and helps you read complex scientific articles later on. I don't listen to dead people. It's not about listening to them. It's not about listening to them. The human brain is a time-bending, dream-simulating word machine. Reading books fine-tunes the word machine. Oh, Lord. This is not a good argument. This is not a good argument to have, saying that reading is bad, or having, like, important, complex, you know, all of these old, complex books, like Shakespeare and Odyssey and all these other books that you're forced to read, doesn't have any value. Yes, I took college literature in high school. We had to dissect everything we read and analyze it. It was a very enriching experience. I also collect first editions. Yeah, you see, like, there you go. Like, that's the whole point of reading all of this. Because you have you analyze and you critically think and you do studies and you do whatever, and you're kind of a tough read. Gravity isn't real because Einstein said true. It also helps me with science reports. Yes, that's exactly the point. Gravity doesn't impact me in any way. That's my whole point, Heaven Forever. Like, you don't read these things because, like, you like think that you read these things because it helps you expand, not only not only your like analysis on terms of like what on what you read further down the line of whatever major you want to pursue, because a lot of these academic articles and stuff like that that you encounter aren't exactly easy to read, okay? So guess what? All of this time you spent reading helps you with that. All of this time being asked to do like book reports and analyze things helps you further down the line. Reading fixes your neuroplasticity. True. I said before, if you're having cognitive issues, you read. Shakespeare helps students in reading and construction of passive voice sentences. Thank you. Shakespeare helps students be pretentious and worse at making friends. What if the stuff you're reading is a crock of shit? What are you talking about? Okay. What you're saying is the public education system shouldn't force kids to read? Then how are they supposed to learn? You do realize that in order for you to continue going forward in a public education system or any education system, you gotta know how to read and you gotta know how to analyze and have reading comprehension. And in order for you to do that, you have to read. What are you talking about? Even if you think that these works aren't worthy, these do help with all of that. This is like mind-numbing. In high school, I was forced to read a book by George Orwell, literally 1984. Dad joke. Oh no. Not read, bad word on my part, but things like the Odyssey and such. Okay, so in other words, you would prefer students to read something that what? So what is your alternative? Yeah, like the entire purpose of this is to have a sense of reading comprehension, especially with complex stuff. And in complex like works. Alright, really quickly, why can't we just make kids read Marx 500 times? Many difficult ways to learn, and you can learn and not realize it. True. Just give me free stuff. Oh, so your proposal is absolutely nothing. Most kids can learn how to comprehend well and write in a good format during the late middle school. How is that going to help them? How is that going to help them when they go further down the line and have to read incredibly complex academic papers when they've never had a good class for reading comprehension and dissect works like Shakespeare or the Iliad or whatever? That's essentially what he's saying, Mono. I just wish my job wasn't revolving around understanding other people's bullshit code. I'm all about reading, but they should teach kids to discern information, but they don't believe every single thing that they read. True. I mean, yeah, it's critical thinking. That's not what I said. Reading the Iliad and such instantly means I can comprehend well. That is such a logical fallacy. It is not. Are you like a contrarian, like a compulsive contrarian? That is not what I said. I said using these works can help with reading comprehension down the line because these words, um, these works are, you know, kind of complex. Wait, what's the argument about whether we should read Shakespeare? It's not about whether we should read Shakespeare. I'm saying that these old works, these old, you know, this old literature and stuff like that that can be complex and hard to, you know, dissect, are important because, um, down the line you do need these tools and to be able to advance school in your school. That's what I'm saying. Well, I don't know Jade Green, but I do think that the you know, diverse content is not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, that's okay. My 6-year-old daughter complains as soon as I point at the words in the book I read for her. Thanks for the follow, Jaded. Yeah, so yeah, I'd be in favor for a diverse curriculum, and I'd be in favor of adding new subjects. Yeah, sure, absolutely. The more education, the better. The more works from different people, the better. Must be nice, Mono. Must be nice. Isn't there that's like from the line of Snowpiercer. That's exactly the line from Snowpiercer. You could also have my life if you pulled up saying had some bootstraps and got a small loan of £1,000,000 from your father. True. Lord. Anyways, this was a dumb argument. Reading is good for you, okay? And reading comprehension and learning and dissecting these old works can help you in the future. True. I was much happier before I knew how to read. Uh, no. Learning, knowing, and understanding are all different. That's true. So that's where the teachers come in, they help you comprehend text. Yeah, which these guys believe that's not necessary. Oh man, this is so, like, I get so frustrated with like these completely asinine arguments of educational arguments. Of anti-educational arguments. Just eat sand and wasp meat? Yeah, sure. That's a railgun. A railgun is a gun operated by magnets. An electromagnetic gun. Reading classics helps expand logic, vocabulary, research, and analytical skills. It also sparks imagination and desire to explore. True! Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you. Anyways, now that we finally put that topic to rest, our good friend Ron DeSantis cites hypocrisy of Biden's reported, and you can only find this on Fox, of course. DeSantis cites hypocrisy of Biden's reported domestic travel ban have been immigration orders. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis calls President Biden's reported consideration of domestic travel bans consideration, not implementation, during the coronavirus pandemic amid signing executive orders. Amid signing immigration executive orders, a huge contradiction. How? This sinks to high heaven, the Republican governor told Sunday Morning Futures during an exclusive interview. This is a huge contradiction. You can't square away wanting opening borders for illegal aliens. Incorrect. That's not what he said. But then also restricting U.S. citizens from basically traveling around the country as they see fit. Incorrect. The Biden administration has not implemented any type of state ban, inter-travel ban as of right now. They said they were considering it because of the rise of the new strain. That's why they were considering it. Can Hagenby have a Quake Frag movie instead? No. The biggest problem is teachers insert their beliefs into their teaching, and we all know what 90% of teachers believe. Oh, really? What do they believe, Chadito? What do they believe? Enlighten us. Enlighten us, please. Please. No, I want him to say it. Ooh. I think we got one. I wonder what Biden will do about the guns, as he said he would. Probably nothing. They believe Biden got more votes than the man. Who's the man? Okay. Anyways, we'll get to that in just a second. There's a huge contradiction. You can't square away opening borders for illegal aliens. That's not true. Restricting U.S. citizens from basically traveling around the country as they see fit. That's also not true. They were considering it because of the new strain of COVID. I think the American people, see the hypocrisy in that. This imagined hypocrisy doesn't exist. Earlier this month, is this what he means by open borders? Creating a task force to reunify migrants separated under the Trump administration as part of a sweeping push by Biden to roll back his predecessor's immigration policy. So, I mean, like, this is so. How could anybody read this in good faith, right? Where you have in the same sentence, in the same article, Joe Biden has open borders, and in the same sentence, their explanation of Joe Biden wanting open borders is making a task force to reunify migrants separated under the Trump administration. So Biden's opening the border, not true, and he's letting illegals pour in, also not true. They're not doing any COVID tests. Their migrants are just coming into the communities. What communities? Certainly not in Florida. Where are you getting this information from? This is just like absolute blatant disgusting by Ron DeSantis. 100%. True. I will not be dragging a poor hapless you into this twisted hellscape. Neither will I. At least, like, ooh, I feel you, Mono. I'm a proud parent of one kid. Someone's got to carry the legacy. True. I'm saying, if I have the choice, I don't get, if I have the choice, I don't know. I can't do it. Not now. I don't understand what the separated families anger is, because they're being separated, they're being deported in some type of into a completely different country, and then they have hundreds, if not thousands of kids who have absolutely no idea where their family is. What? What kind of like stupid argument? Because like, is this like, hold on, okay, so you have hundreds of kids, maybe thousands of kids, who have absolutely no idea where their parents are, who have been deported to a completely different country. So wait a minute. I agree that when they're finally deported, they should be put together. But when initially separated for processing and holding, I don't see any problem with that. You don't see any problem with that? What are you talking about? What's the harm in removing kids from their parents for weeks, months, or even years without having absolutely no idea where their parents are? Imagine somebody actually having to have this question with them. What is the problem with it? The problem with it is that it's absolutely inhumane. Okay? A lot of these people who come here in terms of like to try to seek a better life or run away from abhorrent conditions, so much so that they are willing to cross 3,000 plus miles by any means necessary. Risk their children, risk their life. And you seem to equate this with what? Until this day, by the way, there's hundreds, if not thousands of them separated. No idea what their parents are. No idea. Is that humane? Is that okay? If I had learned empathy from PUBG, I probably couldn't see the problem either. True. This is not the same. This is not the same. This is not the same. Everybody's realizing what's happening, right? So in other words, you're okay with like, oh my goodness, you're okay with like the inhumane like treatment of what's happening at the southern border, like. What is this? Oh, good lord. No, I'm not going to show this article. Yes, cute animal video time. True. Just in time. True. Damn, so you can't really argue against what I asked. Cool. Imagine having to like pivot to something that they were talking about in a completely different context. Because that's literally what QAnon people believe. It's true. Yeah, that's literally the QAnon belief. How are they torturing they're torturing non-white immigrant children because they're separating them from their families. And the conditions that they're being held in is absolutely abhorrent. Have you seen what's been going on? Hey Seth, how's it going? Have you taken for a second? Have you taken for a second? Wait, you said you were fine with separating them. So now you're backpedaling? Have you taken into consideration the abhorrent conditions? Women and children detained along the border usually spend 1 to 3 nights, sometimes longer, in CBP holding cells where they sleep on the floor, often with only a mylar blanket, similar to foil wrappers used by marathon runners to protect them from the cold. Border agents sometimes require them to remove and discard sweaters and other layers of clothing purportedly for security reasons before entering holding cells. Almost all of the women and children we spoke said they were not allowed to shower, sometimes for days, until they were transferred to long-term detention facilities. And they all said they did not receive hand soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes in these holding cells, meaning that for the duration of their stay, they were not able to wash their hands with soap before eating or after using the toilet. Most women said that menstrual hygiene products and diapers were available on request, but several told us they did not have access to these items while in CBP holding cells. If they had these and other toiletries on their personal property, they were not allowed to retrieve these items while in a holding cell. Does that sound good? You asked me how they were being tortured. By the time they get deported, they often don't even make a modicum of attempt to reunite them. And furthermore, you seeking asylum isn't illegal. You are literally just justifying things. Seeking asylum isn't. And what do you think most of these people are? What do you think most of these people are while they're awaiting their asylum cases? What do you think most of these people are waiting in these so it's, in other words, you're fine with them being held in these abhorrent conditions, while first of all, like, again, it's the whole like family separation thing while they get this sorted out. Is legal. Yes. It's 100% legal. What are you talking about? Is this like compulsive contrarianism? It's 100% legal. What are you talking about? This is a non sequitur. This is a non sequitur. Holy shit! This is frustrating. This is a complete non sequitur. Yeah, apparently this is fine. According to Total Masterboard, this is all okay. All of this is okay. Give me your tired, poor, huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. Yes. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, thy homeless tempest lost to me. Yeah, apparently that means fuck all. Apparently that means fuck all. Yeah. I heard about that one, Mono. Yep. Oh, that is so cool. True. How's that funny? When you read it, that's a Guatemalan family. The US owes these people a good life, you know? True. True. And seeking asylum isn't illegal. Yep, that's very true. The Banana Wars. Hmm? Yep. This is actually a great one.
Hey kids, do you like fashionable, high-quality apparel at an affordable price? Well, too bad, cause that's not what we're talking about today. I'm gonna learn you all a thing or two about the real banana republics. Our story begins during the turn of the 20th century in Central and South America. Agriculture's kind of a big deal right now. You've got a ton of little plantations all over the place growing bananas, sugar, pineapples, that kind of thing. And they're doing alright for themselves, no big deal. But then refrigeration happened and it changed everything. Because now produce could be kept fresh for way longer in transit, meaning the fruit companies could suddenly open up their business to the international market, their biggest new trade partner being the United States. This massive opportunity gave rise to three main companies, known as the United Fruit Company, Coyamel Fruit Company, and the Vaccaro Bros. By growing, shipping, and selling fruit, these three firms made just obscene amounts of money, a lot of which went towards buying out smaller family-owned farms and plantations. This allowed them to make even obscener similar amounts of money, until eventually the only competition that remained was each other. And then shit got real. The year is 1910. One of the companies I mentioned, Coyamel, was doing most of its business in the country of Honduras, when the president of Honduras, Miguel Davila, decided to give a land grant to the Vaccaro Bros in exchange for helping to build some roadways. In doing so, they basically stole a bunch of Coyamel's potential plantations and gave them to a competitor. So Samuel Zamuri, owner of Coyamel, said to himself, "Dang, I hate those guys. If only there was some way for a guy like me to significantly influence the world around him for his own personal gain." Wait a minute. So he used a portion of his McDuck-esque fortune to hire a mercenary army, which he gave to one of his friends, former Honduran President Manuel Bonilla. And together, they overthrew the entire fucking government of Honduras. Yeah. Should've called it Coyamel. Anyway, Bonilla took power and gave very generous concessions to Coyamel and United as thanks. But then America saw this, and they were like, "Hey, that's not very freedom of you, young man." To which Zemery replied, "It's okay, we're gonna help this country succeed. After all, politics and business are essentially the same thing." While I suppose it's not our place to be policing the governments of other nations yet, still though, maybe. Oh, also, nanners. Alright, I'm sold, do what you want. So with their interests secured, the businesses continued to thrive and expand. But since they got cut so many breaks by the government, very little of their commerce actually ended up benefiting Honduras as a whole. In fact, the national debt of Honduras got so bad that the government ended up not being able to perform a lot of its functions. So in response, the three fruit companies stepped in and said, "No worries, we got this," and decided to basically build the nation's infrastructure for them, including roads, railways, shipping lines, telegraphs, telephone lines, radio towers. They even switch the whole country off to the US dollar. Keep in mind, this wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts, it was mostly just to make their own businesses function more efficiently. But it was helpful either way. Anyway, now, not only did they have total power over their plantations, but also a monopoly over nearly every major industry in the country. Many other Central American nations soon followed this pattern, creating a corrupt sort of symbiosis whereby the fruit companies get huge tax breaks and land grants in exchange for a modernized infrastructure and payoffs to the rich minority. And so, the banana republics were born. Sounds like a pretty sweet gig, right? And it was. For the upper 5% of the populations who happen to hold some direct share in the plantations or shipping lines. For your average Jose, though, life mostly consisted of working on land that wasn't even theirs in exchange for dirt poor wages. So that's how things were for like a decade and a half. At some point, Coyamel was bought out by United, but then Zamore became the owner of the whole thing, somehow, and the Vaccaro company was renamed as Standard Fruit. Then one day, in 1944, the country of Guatemala had a democratic revolution, and the newly elected leader, Juan Jose Arevalo, wasn't happy with how the companies treated his people. So he implemented several reforms, like a minimum wage law and universal suffrage. And while the populace got a lot of benefit out of this, United Fruit most certainly did not, because more rights for their workers means less profits for the business as a whole. Then Guatemala got a new president, Jacobo Arbenz, and he continued these reforms. And United continued to get the metaphorical shaft until finally, in 1953, they decided to go to the USA for help. "Oh, Eisenhower. Yo, what's up? This Jacobo guy, he's making us pay minimum wages." Well, that doesn't sound very good for business. That's not all, though. He's also taking our unused land and giving it back to the people. Does that sound familiar? Oh dear. You don't think. By the way it's looking, Dwight, I'd say he's a dirty, oh god, collectivizing, no, commie. Commie! Commie! Yeah, go get him, Dwight. Holy shit, you actually did it. World Star! And from that point onward, Guatemala was ruled by a series of US-backed dictatorships, all the way up until 1996. This kind of situation happened in several other places and times as well, almost always driven by some combination of red fear and yellow love. I won't give any more details for the sake of time, but that doesn't mean they weren't big deals. So you might be wondering, where did these companies go? Surely the Clan of Banana Shenanigans can't still be around today. Well, that's where you're wrong. They're still in operation, just under different names. Standard Fruit changed their name in 1991 to become none other than Dole Food Company. You know, when I was a kid, I used to play a lot of Super Monkey Ball, and I used to wonder, what kind of cruel tyrant would just stick an ape in a ball for their own amusement? Well, now I know. Those bastards. As for United, one day in 1976, their CEO decided he couldn't take the heat anymore, so he jumped out the fucking window. That's a real thing, look it up. Then some other guy bought the company and renamed it to, drumroll please, Chiquita Banana. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The face you once knew as an innocent, fun-loving dancer/fruit merchant is actually a ruthless tyrant who overthrows democracies and undermines basic human rights for her own profit. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
True. Unfortunately, that is unironically the way that went down. Confessions of a Economic Hitman is also a good book and documentary related to U.S. and Central American relations. True. I've actually heard about that. I wonder if it's on YouTube. I haven't seen it in PUBG though. Maybe in one of those houses I haven't checked yet. True. Is it this TED Talk?
When Please welcome to the stage, John Perkins.
Thank you. I stood in front of the Shah of Iran, presidents of Indonesia, Ecuador, Panama, members of the Royal House of Saudi Arabia, and I've said something like, in this hand, I have millions of dollars for you and your friends if you play our game. In this hand, I have a gun, in case you decide not to. Now, my words were more diplomatic than that, but that was the message. I was an economic hitman. And we economic hitmen have created a new global economy, really, a form of capitalism that I call predatory capitalism. It isn't working. We all know this. The oceans are rising. The glaciers are melting. Less than 5% of us live here in the United States, and we consume almost 30% of the world's resources, while half the world is on the verge of starvation, or actually starving.
Was this the guy that was being referenced in that previous video?
India can't do it. They're trying, but they can't do it. We have to change. We have to have a revolution. We must change the system. I'll get into that in a minute, but first, how did I become an economic hitman? While I was still in business school, I was interviewed by the National Security Agency, the NSA. They put me through a series of extensive psychological tests, including on a lie detector. It's a long story, but to make a long story short, I ended up going in the Peace Corps and being sent deep into the Amazon rainforest. Now, I'd grown up the son of a teacher in a boys' prep school for very wealthy boys in rural New Hampshire. I grew up with lots of snow and cold, kind of like here in the winter, you know? And suddenly I find myself living in a thatched roof hut in the steamy jungle. You think I adjusted easily to that? After the Peace Corps, I then took a job, I was given a job as an economist at an international consulting firm in Boston with close ties to the NSA and the CIA. I was trained by a woman named Claudine Martin, whose job it was to train me to be an economic hitman. Now, Claudine had seen my NSA files. She knew that I wanted three things that I thought all my prep school buddies, the rich kids, had had: money, power, and sex. Claudine was really good at her job. And she promised me the first two: money and power. And she taught me quite a bit about the third. And then she told me what my job would entail. I would go to countries with resources our corporations covet, like oil. I'd arrange a huge loan to those countries from the World Bank or its sister organizations, but the money wouldn't actually go to the country. It would go to our corporations, Bechtel, Halliburton, Brown and Root, familiar names, to build big infrastructure projects in those countries and incidentally make huge profits in the process.
Yeah,
They'd build
just
power
like the
plants,
video was
industrial parks,
talking
things that
about.
would benefit a few wealthy families in the country, the ones that own the industries. But the majority of the people would suffer. They would be left holding a huge debt they couldn't repay. So we go back and say, since you can't pay your debt, sell your resource, oil or whatever, real cheap to our corporations. Privatize. Sell your utilities, your schools, your jails, everything like that to our corporations.
Who?
And Claudine also told me that if the leaders
Who,
of these
Mono?
countries
Hold on.
refused my offer,
Who? Yeah, the problem is that they're DMing my mods. Not only that, the fuck does that mean nobody's entitled to food and shelter? Was it that other person I just banned? Because, like, if not, they have... Was it that person I just banned? Jesus Christ.
people she called jackals would be right behind me. I didn't actually carry a gun, but the jackals did. My first assignment was in Indonesia, a country that had just ended a terrible civil war where more than 1 million people had been killed. It had a terrifying reputation. And I have to admit that when I arrived in Jakarta, knowing I'd be there for about 3 years, my knees were shaking pretty bad. My stomach was filled with fluttering butterflies. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. I was a very young man. I just knew that I was expected to produce a report that would convince the Indonesian government to build an extremely expensive electrical system, hiring our corporations to do it. Claudine had made it sound simple, even kind of James Bondishly romantic. But now I'm struck by reality, and I felt naive, ill-prepared, vulnerable. Fortunately for me, the winner of the Civil War, President Suharto, who was actually a dictator, wanted the projects that I was offering, and he also wanted CIA and Pentagon protection. And so every time I stumbled, and I stumbled often, somebody was there to pick me up. A government official would appear with an incredible report that would indicate beyond any shadow of a doubt that electricity was all the country needed to take off to huge growth. A Harvard-trained mathematician showed up with a mathematical formula that proved that if they just built this electrical system, everything would be fine. In the end, I produced a report that forecast the need for electricity at an unheard of annual rate of 19%. Indonesia got its loan. Our corporations made lots of money. And I was promoted from economist to chief economist. It was quite a lesson. At that time, the Cold War was just really, really revving up. And Washington believed that Cuba was about to spread communism throughout the hemisphere. The CIA developed a program called Operation Condor to support right-wing dictatorships in Brazil, Argentina, Chile, throughout the continent. Jaime Roldos, president of Ecuador, democratically elected, and Omar Torrijos, head of state of Panama, strongly opposed Operation Condor. I was sent down to get them to change their ways. They wouldn't. They refused. Roldos was killed when his private plane crashed in what many believe was not an accident. Torrijos said, if CIA killed my friend Jaime, I'll probably be next. In less than 3 months, he died when his private plane crashed under very similar circumstances. You're going to hear after the break from a Marine Corps general who was in Panama at the time, and he agrees with me that these were probably, at least Torrijos was probably assassination. We don't really know who caused it. And I want to say that I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in some overarching conspiracy to take over the world. But I do read reports. I think I'm a conspiracy factualist. You know, I read just recently declassified information, the CIA's own website, where they admit that the US government was deeply involved in the overthrow or assassination of Prime Minister Mossadegh of Iran, President Allende of Chile, Arbenz of Guatemala, Diem of Vietnam, Lumumba of the Congo. And speaking of Allende of Chile, he was replaced by the terribly brutal dictator General Pinochet, who was a great defender of Operation Condor and also oversaw the murder of tens of thousands of his people, and was praised by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger as a great defender of capitalism. I believe in national security, and I don't believe that US security is served. I believe it's jeopardized when our agencies overthrow or assassinate the leaders of other countries because they don't follow our policies. I'm a capitalist. I think that capitalism has given us incredible technology, art, science, medicine. And I think it holds out the hope for the future. But there's this new form of capitalism that I call predatory capitalism that's the enemy of true capitalism. Let me explain. When I was in business school, I was taught that a good CEO makes a decent rate of return for his company and also makes sure his company is a good citizen. He pays his workers a fair wage, gives them health insurance and retirement pensions, pays taxes, imagine that, and supports local school and recreational facilities and so on and so forth. And in essence, he makes sure...
Yeah, right. Things that never happen. And things that never happen include, I mean, what a naive way of viewing the world.
...that his company serves a public interest. That all changed in 1976 when Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize in economics and stated, amongst many other things, the only responsibility of business is to maximize profits, regardless of the social and environmental costs. It changed everything. And it has created this global fiasco, what I believe we're headed toward this disaster, where we're in it a lot now with the climate change, with all the things that we all know is happening, and we must change that. And we can change that. How? I think the American Revolution actually offers an interesting example. Back in 1773, most everybody in the United States believed that the British were invincible. But George Washington stepped forward, and he remembered 20 years earlier during the French and Indian War, he had witnessed at the Battle of the Monongahela.
Yeah, another term is spreading democracy.
By a handful of Indians. And Washington said, they're not invincible. All we got to do is hide behind trees. Change the rules. So I think that's where we're at today. Change the rules. I like the rules I learned in business school, that a good corporation, a good CEO should make sure that his corporation serves a public interest, is a good citizen.
When
I
has
like the idea
anyone
that you and I
like
should invest in corporations that instead of essentially destroying the resources upon which our economy is based, instead of doing that, they clean up pollution, regenerate destroyed environments, develop new technologies.
This is a completely reductive and naive way of saying, a completely reductive and naive way of thinking about how things work, right? I mean, these things aren't profitable, my friend. The goal is to make as many pennies as possible. That is the goal. Inevitably, it would lead to the things that you call now a transformation of predatory capitalism. Yeah, he has cognitive dissonance about it.
More efficient energy, transportation, communications, and just about everything else. In essence, let's get our corporations to create an economic system that is itself a renewable resource.
Yeah, this is like saying corporations should be this is like saying corporations should self-regulate or corporations should self-govern. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Do that. Yes, I think we're all ready. We can create this renewable resource. So our corporations today really run the world. They control most of the politics in this country and just about everywhere else. But it's important to remember that they need
Yeah, they do.
We work for them. We manage them. Many of you own them. You run them. They depend on us to buy their goods and services, to invest in them, to work for them, to support them through our tax dollars. We have the power. You have the power. Earlier, we heard this incredible music about our passion and our power. Let's put our passion to work. This brings us to you. What is it you can do, each and every one of you? What can we all do? Well, I think perhaps the most important thing to start off by saying is that we are living at a time in history when the individual, you, has more power than ever before. I travel a great deal around the world.
This is 2016, by the way.
Like this and many others. And everywhere I go, whether it's in Asia or Africa, South America, Europe, Middle East, United States, people are waking up to the fact that we live on a very tiny, fragile space station with no shuttles, and it's headed for disaster, and we got to turn it around. We can do it. So in my latest book, which is for sale out here, The New Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I have a whole section devoted to what you can do, lists and ideas. But I want to just mention 3 of them here today, kind of in summary. So remembering that we have this power today, especially with the internet. Number one, search out and spread, shine a light on the story behind the story. I think my life as an economic hitman highlights the fact that there's almost always a story behind the story. And recently, revelations such as WikiLeaks and Edward Snowden papers and the Panama Papers and reporting by amazing bloggers and others, the Pulitzer Prize-winning ProPublica, Common Dreams, many, many organizations out there are shining a light on the fact that we have corrupt politicians. We have tax-evading billionaires. You know, democracy depends upon transparency.
Yeah, buddy.
It depends
The
on
problem
understanding
is
story behind the story.
the thing that you are alluding to. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen with out of control, unchecked capitalism? What did you think was going to happen? That these businesses, on their own accord, as they got bigger, would be more contributory to society? As these businesses gained more and more power, they would have more and more responsibility? The more transparent things become, the greater democracy will be undermined as people find out just how badly they've been ticked over. The damage is done. Well, ideally, if you have a transparent, inclusive institution, generally is a lot harder to shake.
It demands that you and I look for the story. It demands that we question.
Well, maybe
our
for us
leaders
the damage
and our
is done,
government
but
policies. That's the patriotic thing to do. So number one, look for, spread the story behind the story. Number two, use local, individual, and community power, your power, to change politics, to change the governmental system, to change the laws. We, the people, must do it. We can't wait for a president to do it, whoever the next president is. We have to do it, and that's
as far
our
as
job.
I'm concerned, we both agree on what
to
should
do that.
happen. True.
Recently, the small state of Vermont, with less than 0.2% of the U.S. population,
but I don't think
a tiny
it
group
will
of people
help
in that
anymore.
small state got laws passed that forced
Dang.
corporations to label GMOs. As a result, 5 of the major
Josh,
food
thank you
companies,
for the follow.
ConAgra, General Mills, Kellogg's, Campbell Soup, Mars, all committed to labeling GMOs here in Michigan and everywhere else in the United States. And I just recently heard Hugh Grant, not the actor, but the CEO of Monsanto, on the radio saying that that's impacting him hugely. Monsanto's going to have to reevaluate its attitude to GMOs because of what happened in the state of Vermont. We, the people, have forced the corporations to end apartheid in South Africa, to clean up polluted rivers, pass laws to make that happen, to open their doors wider to women and minorities. We have the power, the movement to amend now, to get big money out of politics. That's very important. So, number two, join an organization or start one. That
Local
impacts
community
local
action
laws,
is
national
extremely
laws, global
important, in
laws.
my
Do it, get
opinion, for
involved,
all
please.
issues. True.
This is something important that we all can do. And number three,
True.
help a corporation understand that it must serve a public interest. Corporations listen to you. CEOs, I know lots of CEOs of very powerful corporations. They know if they're getting flooded by emails, tweets, or Facebook, whatever.
Nah,
They know, and they have to respond.
they may
So I
know,
suggest
but they
to you,
don't
pick a
care.
corporation. Any corporation that appeals to you, send them an email. Don't make them the enemy. Say, I love you, I love your product, but I'm not going to buy it anymore until you stop polluting, or clean up pollution, or pay your workers
Okie
fair wage,
dokie.
or whatever your issue is. Send that email to the corporation and to all your social networking circles, and ask them to send it to all their social
Yeah, well-known fact that corporations respond to nice emails.
networking circles. Get involved. So shine a light, change the laws, and convince corporations to serve a public interest. And in that way, we're going to turn this economic system that is failing us, one that's exhausted, one that's devastating its own resource
Hey,
base,
K-House, how's it going?
into a renewable resource. I think you and I
Good luck getting a
live in the most
dissolution millennial to
amazing
do
world
that. Not only
in
that,
history.
it's like
We
they
are going
don't
through a
they don't
revolution, a
care.
consciousness revolution. People are waking up across the planet. Together, we're going to come together, and we're going to create a world that my 8-year-old grandson and every other child of every sentient being on this planet is going to look back at and say, hey, thank God for TEDx in Michigan. Thank God all those people came together and committed to moving forward to creating an economic
Thank you for
system
the
that's a
follow, the
renewable
breakdown.
resource. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to taking this journey with you. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Jesus, this is so like this is so naive. Our only hope is the Zoomers. Incredible. I mean, it's very cool to see like the to see it out in the front, but unironically, it all hinges on Gen Z. You really think so? Like, why do you feel that way? I mean, there must be a reason why. I mean, I imagine you've probably looked at all this stuff. Why do you feel like it unironically hinges on Gen Z? I thank Perkins for exposing his role, but I certainly don't agree with his suggested solutions. Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds a bit naive to think that unironically, if you just like email corporations nicely and you say, hey, please stop polluting, even though it like saves them a ton of money to not care, is not, I don't know. Yeah, no cap. Millennials are black belt to fuck. Like but like what does that mean though? Like does that mean that does that mean that like Gen Z isn't? They fell into a position of being shit out of love with housing, but growing up in a time that was just stable enough to not go nuts instead of falling into despair. Oh, that's what you mean about Gen Z? Gen Z has the same, but we're no longer as stable. We just had 4 years of jump. IBCC 6 coming in soon. Oh, so what you're saying is Gen Z has the most likely to take action, is what you're saying? Gen Z has the most probability of taking action. Gen Z has been the same, but we're no longer as stable. We just had 4 years of jump by BC6 soon coming. Mass civil unrest in the US and all places. Mass protests globally. Gen Z might actually pop off. Gen Z millennials at this point are pushing 30. True. I mean, the younger ones. Well, the middle ground I think are about 30. That's more or less where I fall. Gen Z hasn't been hit with a massive economic collapse as adults yet though. Just wait for that to happen. Also, hello, hey Stark Raving. How's it going? So what you're saying is like because of the situation that and each generation is obviously going to outnumber and be in larger force, right? So as nothing gets done, as this generation is essentially left to foot the bill for not only like economic collapse, but as we see and experience more and more catastrophes as a result of climate change, that will be the tipping point, you think, as they get a little bit older? Why would each generation be a larger force? I thought each generation would outnumber them, right? Like population growth, like meaning like the millennials outnumber the boomers, do they not? Do we not? So I imagine the Zoomers outnumber us now. Oh, population is on decline. Oh, I see. Oh. I always had that impression in my head. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm 100% wrong. I'm 1000% wrong. Yeah, no, you're right, Mono and K-How. And Stark. Yep. Okay. So in my head, I was thinking like for some reason like the Zoomers would outnumber us, but I mean it doesn't matter. The logic still falls. I see. Yeah, 100% Stark Raving. So either way, like the logic and scenario still plays out in the same manner, where you have an entire generation who is going to be left to foot the bill of not only an economic crash or an economic crisis, but also as we get into if nothing continues and if nothing gets done and if nothing gets done and we continue down this path without any remedy whatsoever, without any a sense of trying to turn this around, without any sense of like responsibility or action, it's going to create a environment where where what Wano is talking about will manifest itself. I think the IPCC 6 is going to trigger a new wave of eco-extremism, and it'll be the disillusioned Zoomers leading it. Speaking to them, you get a real sense of anger, whereas with millennials, you just get resignation. Yeah, that does seem to be kind of the tone, right? I don't even know. Like a exhausted attitude. The millennials have said the exact same thing about Gen Z. Gen X. Oh, Gen X. Obviously, there's not a hard and fast cutoff. It's just anecdotal, but I see where you could be coming from. Yeah, but like I see. God dang it, Mono. I see where you're coming from. But maybe I'm guilty of that too. Maybe I'm guilty of that too, where I have a more resigned tone, in the sense that, like, I feel extremely exhausted sometimes, you know? I feel extremely exhausted sometimes. I mean, of course, I'm trying to keep the energy up, and I'm trying to continue to not necessarily cross the line of too much hopium, but to get reality out in the front and saying, like, this is bad. We need to do we need to do whatever we can within the time that we can. It's just our responsibility to do so, you know? But I do feel like sometimes, you know, like you were calling me out on, sometimes like it has an undertone of resignation. I think that a lot of people are burning themselves out by huffing hopium. You think so? I mean, yeah, I guess because what else is there? Like, you know, it's like the avoidance of trying to see reality, right? So you burn yourself out by huffing the hopium because it helps you. It helps you avoid reality. You'll get more conservative in your 30s. No. They think that accepting that we probably won't win or change anything means they've given up, where in a lot of ways it's freeing. Yeah, I suppose so, because it takes out any but you fight and rebel anyways. Yeah, a bit of huffing is fine as long as there's action to back it up. Yeah, the thing is, like, if you are just hoping that things get better, that things get better with that things get better, or there'll be some magical technological fix, or like, yeah, the next generation's got it, or yeah, you know what, maybe this problem isn't going to hit us now, maybe this problem is going to hit us in you know, generations to come. It's not really our problem anyways. It is a cop-out to your responsibilities, right? And even if you're not just a millennial or boomer or whatever, you have a responsibility. Each time that you huff the hopium and it fails, you're getting mollywopped by reality. True. But if you go in thinking that it's already GG and you don't get that, you have to force. You don't have to force optimism anymore. I'm not forcing optimism. You don't have to force optimism, but what you do have to have is a basis in reality. And I still think calls to action are important, even if it is GG, you know? Essentially, nothing should stop you from doing the right thing anyways. Nothing, no, you're not. But a lot of activists are, and they freeze up and give up and give up when they don't succeed. Yeah. Shout out at Desert by Anonymous. True. I still have it on my. God, I'm so terrible. I still have it on my Yeah, it kind of talks about even in the first section, you can kind of see what they're talking about, what Mono is talking about. I'll post this link in I'll post this link into Discord so people can read this, because this is pretty good. I just don't have the attention span. But I am going to make an effort to read this. How many have been burnt out by the effort need to reconcile fundamentally religious faith and positive transformation of the world? The reality of life all around us yet to be disillusioned with global revolution and capacity to stop climate change, not also an anarchist nature, or love the nature we feel as anarchists. There are possibilities for liberty and wildness too. So this person, whoever wrote this, is some kind of like eco is some type of like eco like anarchist. At the very least, I think reading Desert is worth it, even if you disagree with it, because you should probably have counter arguments. True. I mean, to everything you read in terms of like political theory or whatever is you take it, you absorb it, and you debunk or test them and see what works and what doesn't. But yeah, just reading this just reading this is probably I'm going to post this in articles and videos. Reading this is probably a good thing, especially if I can summon the willpower to read it. Hey guys, Morte. In mythology, Hope is a tiny, pathetic creature found at the bottom of Pandora's box, a punishment from the gods for stealing fire. A punishment because Hope keeps the pain fresh. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. No.
Hi, baby.
Speaking of which, why am I getting Huggies commercials?
There, Internet people, it's Bo again. So today we're going to talk about peak oil, when it's going to happen. If you're not familiar with the concept, you may have heard it, but if you're not familiar with exactly what it means, it's the moment in time when oil production ceases to increase and begins to decline.
Nice.
There's been a lot of discussion
Just popping
over
by
when
for a lurk.
that's
Hey,
going
how's
to
it going?
actually occur, because it's good for the environment when it does occur. We finally have an answer from a major company of that sort, Shell. According to Shell, peak oil will occur in 2019.
Yeah,
It already happened.
yeah, no
It
US.
looks like they believed it was going to occur sometime around now or next year, but the public health thing kind of hastened that. So that's good news. And they have committed to becoming a net zero polluter when it comes to carbon. That's good news. Like anything with the climate, good news is always accompanied by bad news. The bad news is that their plan to achieve this status by 2050 is not really a plan. It's kind of like the plan you had when you were 20 to become a millionaire by 22.
Yikes.
More of a rough sketch with a whole lot of wishing. They will be investing heavily into cleaner energies, but they will also still be, I think it was liquefied natural gas. They'll still be actually increasing production of that. So it's a mixed bag, but there is good news. This is a major company of this sort saying we're on the decline, saying that it's over.
They put forward nothing.
And while in and of itself, that may not mean much, because Shell is notoriously not great at follow through with plans like this, it may encourage other companies to take a stance like GM took. GM, if you don't know, plans to basically phase out gas and diesel by 2035. So, good news, bad news, good news. And then we have the question that matters. Did it happen soon enough? Is this 1 or 2% decline that is beginning now, is that going to be enough
No.
to mitigate what is projected to happen? That alone, probably not. But this announcement by Shell may trigger the dominoes to start falling and people to start taking the transition to cleaner energies a little more seriously, not because they care about the environment, but because it's going to be good for their pocketbooks. And historically, that has been a stronger motivator. So,
Well,
anyway, it's just a thought.
I mean, yeah, that's great, but the problem is, when it becomes good for your pocketbook, it'll be too late. They also coded in society may not meet this target. Yeah, there's no way that these people will ever take responsibility. Yeah, sometimes he has that background. I don't know. I think that's that's a little bit verging. I thought like that would, a little bit verging on the what we were actually just talking about. A little bit too much hopium. You think? Their plan basically involved saying that society needed to make a bunch of changes. Yeah, no kidding. We know that already. They themselves weren't really doing that much. Anyone familiar with Adam Curtis, documentary maker? No. Pandora's Box. The Century of the Self. Can't Get You Out of My Head. Is that available on YouTube? Oof, no. Yeah, I see that somebody tried to repost it, but they got a lot of like copyright stuff. Yikes. Cool. Hypernormalization is a fairly recent talk by Curtis, worth a watch in my opinion. Is that... Normalization. Ooh. Yeah, I see that.
We live in a strange time. Extraordinary events keep happening, undermine the stability of our world. Suicide bombs, waves of refugees, Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, even Brexit. Yet those in control seem unable to deal with them. And no one has any vision of a different or a better kind of future. This film will tell the story of how we got to this strange place. It is about how over the past 40 years, politicians, financiers and technological utopians, rather than face up to the real complexities of the world, retreated. Instead, they constructed a simpler version of the world in order to hang on to power. And as this fake world grew, all of us went along with it, because the simplicity was reassuring.
3 parts all in one, something like that. Yeah, I think it's this
Even
one,
those
is it
who
not?
thought they were attacking the system, the radicals, the artists, the musicians, and our whole counterculture, actually became part of the trickery. Because they too had retreated into the make-believe world. Which is why their opposition has no effect, and nothing ever changes. But this retreat into a dream world allowed dark and destructive forces to fester and grow outside. Forces that are now returning to pierce the fragile surface of our carefully constructed fake world.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna have to post this on the Discord.
The story begins in 2 cities at the same moment in 1975. One is New York, the other is Damascus. It was a moment when 2 ideas about
Just narrowly avoided that. Ooh. Hey, not a penny. What are you watching? We were watching a documentary of hypernormalization. In fact, I would recommend here. You can also join the Discord and I'll post it there. But yeah, speaking of stuff that we were talking about, climate change and all that, climate activist Disha Ravi arrested in India over a farmers' protest toolkit. Supporters of young climate activists arrested in India over a farmers' protest toolkit, later shared by Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, called for her release. Delhi police confirmed the arrest of Disha Ravi, who is in her early 20s, in a tweet, it's a Zoomers, on a tweet on Sunday that accused her of being a key conspirator in the document's formulation and dissemination. The document, unsigned and publicly available on an encrypted sharing site, provides a list of ways supporters can help the ongoing protests. The main aim of the toolkit was to create misinformation and disaffection against the lawfully elected government. Okay. Prem Nath, Joint Commissioner of Delhi Police, told a press conference on Monday. The toolkit sought to artificially amplify fake news. Amplify fake news to various tweets which they have created in the form of a tweet bank. Tens of thousands of farmers have been demonstrating for months against new agriculture laws which will say will devastate their livelihood. Makeshift protests have sprung up, and the new makeshift protests have sprung up around the capital, New Delhi, and workers have gone on strike in several states. Violence has broken out on occasion, most notably January 26, when police and protesters clashed on the streets. The toolkit instructs people to call government representatives, share solidarity hashtags on social media, participate in rallies, and sign petitions. It gained visibility after Thunberg tweeted a link to it on February 4th, crediting the people on the ground in India. This move appeared to anger Indian authorities. The same day, Delhi police announced that they have launched a criminal investigation into the toolkit's creators and would look to charge them with sedition, providing or inciting a riot and criminal conspiracy. The document predates and indicates a copy-text execution of a conspiracy behind the 26 Jan violence. The call was to wage economic, social, and cultural regional war against India. In this document, there's an action plan that on or after January 6th there will be digital strikes, and a tweet storm would also physical action on January 26th. Commissioner Bravir Ranjan at a news conference on February 4th. Using this toolkit, people were informed on how to enter and exit Delhi. On Monday, police accused Ravi of starting a WhatsApp group that collaborated on the document. She worked closely with them to draft the doc. She was one of the shared toolkit docs with Greta Thunberg. No way. Are they really doing this? This is incredible. Incredible. Ravi was arrested in front of her mother and has been remanded in police custody for 5 days. News of Ravi's arrest provoked outrage from high-profile figures, including author Meena Harris, the niece of Vice President Kamala Harris. Many Indian politicians, including members of the main opposition party, expressed anger and disbelief, calling Ravi's arrest shocking and clear show of harassment and intimidation. Ravi's arrest is an unprecedented attack on democracy, tweeted Arvind I can't even pronounce these words. Kejriwal, the chief minister of Delhi. Supporting our farmers is not a crime. Thousands have signed an online petition calling for her to be freed. This shows a dedicated climate activist, one volunteer at the India chapter for Fridays for Future, a global climate activism group founded by Thunberg. It was difficult to wrap my head yesterday when I came to know about her arrest, and I was shocked. The volunteer declined to have her name due to safety concerns. This leads to a lot of caution. She said, "We're asking for a livable future. This is alright." Delhi police on Monday issued arrest warrants for Nikita Jacob and Shantanu, two more climate activists accused of allegedly editing and owning the toolkit. Police searched Jacob's residence in Mumbai last week and seized 2 laptops from and an iPhone. Jacob and Shantanu are both associated with non-government environmental organization Extinction Rebellion. Yep, this is exactly what Mono was talking about. By the way, I told Bela that I heard about her from your stream, and she mentioned about doing a possible panel with you sometime in the future. I'd be more than happy to do that. I'd be more than happy. More than happy. If there's ever a planet, Jesus, if there's any panel discussing climate change, I'd be more than happy to join that panel. Yeah, if you have any links, please DM or actually post it on the Discord. Bring it up to her next time she's streaming. I'll bring it up to her next time she's streaming more environmental news and information. The better, in my opinion. True. Listen, we do what we can with the tools that we have and the time that we have left. Right? That's my philosophy. Under the previous legislation, farmers had to sell their goods at auction at their state's agriculture produce market committee, where they were guaranteed to receive at least a government-agreed minimum price. There were restrictions on who could buy, and prices were capped for essential commodities. The new law dismantles this committee structure, instead allowing farmers to sell their goods to anyone for any price. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has argued that the reforms will modernize the agriculture industry while giving farmers more freedom to do things like sell directly to buyers or other states without a middleman. But many farmers say that the changes will allow big companies to drive down the prices, while farmers could sell crops at higher prices if the demand is there. Conversely, they could struggle to meet the minimum price in years when there's too much supply. Yeah, just as Mono was saying, like the generation Gen Z, the Zoomers, are at the front of this. Especially as he was talking about like Extinction Rebellion and stuff like that. Yeah, that 20-year-old was a part of the Extinction Rebellion. You doing okay? I'm doing all right. Although I must admit, I am getting a bit hungry. Zoomers go Zoom, true. Yeah, it is about to be 1:30, so I am. You know what? That's true. I am hungry. So I'm gonna go ahead and start heading out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out here. I appreciate all of you guys. All of you guys hanging here. Thank you so much for all of these awesome followers. Thank you. Been streaming for 4.5 hours. The snack is in order. Yeah, I need lunch. The breakdown with WB. Thank you so much for the follow. Josh, Total Wars. Jesus. Jaded Me. Alio for the biddies. Heathen. Henry elsewhere. Peace, Love, and Dragon. Marcus for Left Flank Vets with the subscription. 3 months already. Ooh. With the Prime subscription. Jade Green. April. Jelkmeister. Irzez. Mimosa Dragon. Benjamin Dixon with the awesome raid earlier. Thank you so much. Anna the Nugget. Alio with another 10 biddies. Memius with a subscription for 5 months already. Thank you. WTF. And Carpet Packs for the raid, for the awesome raid in the morning. So Terra Supernovas is streaming. So okay. I don't see Ben today. He's off on Mondays, I believe. But either way, we'll head on over to Terra's stream. That's perfectly fine. So before I go, a couple of shoutouts. Here. Have a good day, everyone. You have a good day. A couple of shoutouts here. Thank you so much, Carpe, for the raid. Thank you so much. The Benjamin Addiction Show. Folks, Left Flank Vets as well. Please go check out all of these wonderful creators. And Bleeplop Ben is currently on a partner push, so please go show some support as well if you don't already follow them. And who else? Alio, Terra, which we're gonna go ahead and raid right now. Terra, Supernova. Design Downer, I got here late. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Here we go. Here's another Rockstar. We have so many different cool people, cool creators here. So yeah, you came in just in time. Just in time, Design Downer. Of course. So all of these awesome people, please go ahead and take a look at their content, follow them, all that awesome stuff. All right. We're gonna head on over to Terra Supernova and let me see here. Terra. Sweet. Sorry, Terra Supernova _ I got that wrong. Terra's very cool, chill streamer. Yeah, you're a rockstar. Thank you, I appreciate that. Terra Supernova _ I got that one wrong. Sorry, folks. Yes. All right. Cool. Sweet. Let's head on over, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Oh, I was gonna say Monday. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Just doing the normal schedule today. I had the day off, so I got to spend a little bit more time with you guys. So I'm really, really, really thankful for all of you guys hanging out here. Thank you for the support. Please, if you guys enjoy the content, please make sure you hit that follow button and head over to our YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button. It really does help us out. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Aidenwood? Aidenwood's another great content creator. But yeah, I kind of want to send everybody over to Terra. But yes, please. Aidenwood is another great... there's so many good content creators. How do I pick? Aidenwood is awesome as well. So again, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love y'all, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. See ya! Alright, let's show some awesome love to Tara. Fantastic person. Or Aiden Wood as well. Please make sure that you... There's just a lot of fantastic creators out there. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Yes, no problem at all. No problem at all, Leo. Thank you guys. Let's head on out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.